Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets.
Hey, hey.
Howdy.
Red.
What's going on, gents?
Waiting to trade.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Trying to see what's going on in these markets.
It's been funky, Michael. This government shutdown talk, it's been making everything in a tizzy. What have you seen on your end?
To be honest, not much. I've seen a few things back and forth about it, but not too much. What's going on?
Well, basically, they're doing their cussing and discussing again. They do this seemingly every several months. Get into a room, the left and the right, to talk about the spending for the next X amount of months, and this time it looks like there's a little bit of a real hang-up. So, yeah, listening to Vice President Vance and a few of the Democrat leadership talk, it sounds to me like they may be actually shutting down tomorrow, midnight Eastern Standard Time tonight, which is obviously Wednesday morning. So, yeah, I guess the Democrats want a bunch of spending and the Republicans don't. So there's a lot to it. I don't want to get into it from a political standpoint, but yeah, just basically the idea of spending and yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, basically, long story short, it looks like they're possibly going to be shutting down, which hasn't been shut down since 2019. I think was the last time. That was Trump 1.0, and I don't think that one was that one was much. But yeah, Coach Paul pointed out last night on Quiet Markets that the last significant shutdown we had was back when President Obama was in office, and we had about a 3-week shutdown at that point. So yeah, needless to say, even just like any economic news release, just with the rumor, that in itself has got kind of the markets in a little bit of a tizzy. So yeah, we saw dollar down yesterday, but most of the day. Yeah, it's still pretty well down. And gold up. I mean, gold's just been flying. Gold and silver thrive in chaos, right?
That's true.
Yeah,
You've been rocking and rolling.
Yeah, it's going nuts. So, yeah.
The buying holders, just buy it. Just buy
the hodlers. Yep.
Right.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, that was the one trade I got in yesterday, and it was during quiet markets with Coach Paul. We both got into a gold trade and made some money. He got into it on the way down, made some money, and then I took the inventory off his hands and made money on the way up. So I know we talk about that a lot, right? Selling the inventory
trade.
I'll take it the other way.
You took a Euro USD trade. You took a
USD
trade as well.
Yeah, yesterday morning on Forex Fire, I took a euro dollar short and then a WTI long, our problem child, Michael. Took it long, but that's when I realized. Okay. That's when I realized the markets weren't behaving. I mean, I knew about the shutdown, but yeah, it just straight up avoided the zones. I don't care about your zones. I'm gonna do what I want to do.
And you know this already.
I know that. So guess what, Michael? Oil is on my hit list like euro pound is on yours.
Good, damn it.
Yeah, because over the weekend, Russia threw another barrage of bombs towards Kiev. So, you would have thought that would have done some damage or done some spiking. But, yeah, it came down to the zones. Actually, back in, just go ahead and move on over to my chart. We'll do a little bit of damage control and just take a quick look here. But yeah, just from a 30,000 foot view, as always, oil, just look at my list and it's still on here. So oil looking at a +6 and then euro dollar is a -6. So, I mean, fundamentally everything's looking good, but, just flipping on over here to WTI. It just had a mind of its own. Now, I will say I probably bought this pretty high on the curve, so it's not a huge surprise. It wasn't a huge surprise when it did actually, chew through my 4 hour, 1 hour zone, but it just kept on going. So my next look now is going to be this zone down here at the bottom of this curve. See if I can get in a little bit cheaper, which it ain't too far away from it, but I'm definitely going to verify it this time. Make sure I get some type of reversal candle in there, right. And then the euro dollar short. So that was that second chance short I tried to take. Had a little zone here that formed on a 5-minute zone, and it came down just fine. But then all of a sudden, bam! It just went straight back up to top of the zone and curling around. It's just acting funny. So, that told me that just a little too crazy right now. Something's off. I had 2 zones not work out, and I felt pretty good about them. But that's all right. I made it work at the end of the night with, like I said, the gold trade I took. Took this on a 1-minute time frame down to Alex's level here.
Right. Oh, man, okay.
Yeah, because let's see here. Paul, I believe he sold it up in this area and then brought it down. And then, right in here, I looked at this little 1-minute candle with the nice little move up. And obviously a former resistance point as well. Just looking at this thing on the very tiny time scale. Came down, I bought in here and just wrote it up. Now, I cashed out here because I was busy making something to eat after Forex or after quiet markets, and I should have just stayed watching it, but I was hungry because I had my first hunger of the day since I was going through my miseries yesterday. But
right.
I ended up. In hindsight, I should have waited because I could have easily rode this thing up twice as much as what I got, but that made the day a little better to stomach, pun intended. So yeah, 1 and 2 it was. Well, speaking of euro dollar, it's yelling at me again. What's euro dollar want? What do you want? I want my money back. That's what I want, euro dollar. What, you got a 5-minute supply zone up here? Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna be picky on this. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Trust but verify. I need you to give me a break of structure and then a return. And then I'll think about it. There we go. That's what I'm looking at. I need to see this structure break. I'm proving it this time. I don't trust you, euro dollar.
Yeah, I got something like that actually too. What price is that?
The 5-minute zone is at 1.1750. Psych number. But yeah, it's in the context of the higher time frame zone I was looking at yesterday. Go all the way back here. Actually, I think that's a 15-minute zone. Yeah. 15 minute zone / 10-minute zone. Here we go. There's the 10-minute look. A little bit of a fat doji candle with a nice gap underneath. Yeah, just scaling back out to a 4-hour. I mean, we got lower lows, lower highs. So, I mean, I like the structure of it. Now, the only downfall to this is it did, before it came up to my zone yesterday morning, it did bounce into a daily demand / 4-hour demand. So it's quite possible that the higher time frame demand could be overpowering the smaller time frame demand. So it's really not a surprise. I mean, that is a little lower on the curve. I'd probably get a better price up here, but then that would potentially be shifting the structure, right? The higher lows, higher highs potentially. So I don't know. I'm thinking I may just hold back on this thing unless I get a nice rejection, a nice break of structure, the downside retracement. But I mean, the move looked great, strong momentum swing downwards, but and a slow move upwards. That's what I like to see. But yeah, just kind of has a mind of its own right now. It's probably going to be a little sketchy until we find out for certain that they close down tomorrow. I mean, unless they come up with an 11th hour solution tonight, here Tuesday night here in the U.S. So that is it. But yeah, I'm going to make it prove itself. What's that?
I got EU, looking at EU for the downside too. It's one of my closer ones for setting up for today.
Oh, okay. What is that is that a candle close in 45 minutes or what's that for you?
Nah, I want to see a price close below 1710. I'm sorry, 70.90. 170.90.
70.9. Oh, okay. So you're further down. Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I may just wait on that myself. I may not be too excited about a 5-minute break of structure. Give me something else. You're on my list, euro dollar. That's all right. Yeah. Pound dollar. I mean, it's basically jumping into the same zone, but pound dollar is only giving me a -4. So it's really a point away from being officially on my bearish list. So,
right.
Yeah. So, yeah, at the very moment, I don't have anything. I mean, I got a list of alerts on here.
We got Ace of Trade.
Pretty decent list.
EU too. What's up, Ace of Trade?
Oh, I need to go over to my YouTube link, actually. Get back on there so I can see my chat.
Definitely down. That's his swing trade. Nice. Yeah, that is nice.
Definitely down. That's my swing trade. Yeah, I mean, that's what I want to get into. It's just on my list. We got our hit list with a $sign in front of it.
Right.
As far as gold goes, just kind of keeping an eye, just something to get into this morning, potentially a 15-minute zone down here. except I don't like how strong this drop is relative to that up move. So it's going to have to start balancing out here. It's going to have to start doing something real quick, something like this, for me to want to get involved in it. Get a little manipulation because it's coming in hot and heavy like a freight train. So if it comes in at that speed, definitely going to ignore it. But it's got like not even a minute to start showing me some contraction, some expansion legs before a final drop in. I don't like the lack of volume right there, I'll be honest. So that in itself might keep me out of jumping in there. But you guys have seen gold. It's been hard to get into a demand zone trade because it's been flying up so much for so long. But yeah, my ultimate favorite spot, and I think I mentioned it yesterday, is still going to be down here, 4-hour daily confluence. You guys know that's my favorite. We'll see if we get that.
I love that.
Yeah, me and Paul were having fun on quiet markets the other day because gold wasn't doing anything. So you guys know how I always say, "Come on, do something." Well, there we go.
Yeah.
Right.
Do something. Post with a stick.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if I have a whole lot of anything. I mean, I got a lot of alerts. I just kind of went through them before the stream started. I'm still quite a ways away. So for the sake of trying to find something to jump into, definitely got to keep an eye on gold and silver for now. And see what I got. So do either you gents have anything else going on at the moment?
Just
Waiting.
waiting.
A little something.
I mean, as far as only other thing I got is as far as top setups goes, yeah, dollar CAD is still at the top of my list. It's still a plus 14. It's been a plus 14 since I think Friday. Pound New Zealand, that one's still second. Aussie New Zealand was third, but it's fallen all the way to fifth. So yeah, we got dollar yen. I've got dollar yen looks pretty decent. It's got a nice uptrend, so at least I'd be following the trend on this one a little better. And it is kind of dropping in. I got a smaller time frame zone, a little deeper in this daily zone. So if it can just hold on a little bit, we do have, I think, a 15-minute zone down here at the bottom of the daily, which I'll be interested in getting in. The same thing. Slow down a little bit. Pump your brakes. Let's get a little bit of this action going. And then a drop in, and I'll be interested in jumping in. I believe that's it at the moment. Take a look at that Pound New Zealand one more time. Okay, so I colored Pound New Zealand a light green for a reason, so let me see why I did that. Light green means it's sketchy. Be aware of something. Let me go down. Maybe I didn't get a gap. Decent gap. Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I had a little bit of a gap, but I think I was a little, just being a little wary of, it wasn't the greatest gap. I think that's why I colored it that way on the smaller time frames. But, yeah, and really the same thing. It wasn't the most, I mean, it was kind of a lazier move up, so I may ignore that. It's pretty high on the curve as well. Best move is to wait till we get to the lower third of the curve, which is down here. So it's a long ways away. It's asking for a lot, but it has been moving up pretty well lately. So I feel like if it comes down, I'd be more interested in this zone down here. And other than that, but yeah, the common theme is the same. Buy the dollar. Is all four indices were bought by the banks last Friday, or I should say last week on Friday's report. Aussie, Euro, New Zealand dollar, those are all short topics.
Yeah, it looked like Ace of Trades wants you to check out NZD-CAD. Nice. I see you said gold got into my second phase on my challenge account today. I rode that wave like a $5 horse. Nice.
Hey,
nice.
All right.
Really good.
Nice. That's great.
That's what's up.
New Zealand CAD, yeah, it's, look at my fundamentals real quick here. And neutral 0. Not really getting a whole lot of help from the fundamental score, but we do have a 4-hour supply here with a pretty strong drop. So let's look at some smaller time frames inside of here. Okay. Take a look. Got a little bit of a 1-hour supply there for a little bit of confluence. Let's go down to a 15. All right, so 15. We got the highest gap would be up here, because we do have a gap right from here to here. It's not a big gap, but it is a gap nevertheless. Got another 15-minute zone inside of the 1 hour right here with a gap under it. Not the greatest. Actually, let's look. Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to include that candle in, and then that would actually give us a little bit better of a gap. So there's a couple gaps inside of that 4-hour zone. So potentially, I'll just do this. Yeah. I mean, obviously, retracement to this 4-hour zone wouldn't be a horrible idea. I mean, you could potentially look to take a trade out of here, but just you could go off the 4. I mean, you had a strong move down as the volume increased, but then the effort versus result got a little skewed because you had the volume increasing as the candles got smaller, right? So that just means that means the buyers are stepping in. So I wouldn't say that's the greatest spot. But yeah, I mean, if you look at it on this 15-minute time frame, picture's going to look a lot better. You can get a retracement all the way up here to around the 0.8087 level, 8087. Might be a possible play, but the problem that you'd have there is you'd be kind of creating a little bit of a short-term uptrend if you're looking at the 1 hour time frame. So, yeah, not my favorite play, but it is a play nevertheless. You got higher highs already, you got higher lows, so you've pretty well got like the early signs of a 1 hour uptrend going. So yeah, you might be fighting the trend a little bit. So I think there's better things out there to trade, to be honest. Ace of Trades, I think it was. Yeah, New Zealand CAD. Yeah. Swing it for the week, waiting for a push, taking trade on a 1 hour. Yeah, looking for a lower high, but it's not ready. Yeah, exactly. Or push to the down. Yeah, that's the thing. You may just be better off waiting for price if I'm looking at a 1 hour time frame, like you mentioned there. We could get price to make a new low and then come back up and somewhere in this area come up with a supply zone, like a 1 hour, a 30-minute, a 15-minute, find a supply zone, and then you could hitch your wagon to a short at that point. Because at least this way you'd be continuing the lower lows and lower highs. So there's a high, there's a lower high. Here's a low. This would be your lower low. So if you could get a supply zone to form, somewhere in this area with a nice bearish momentum down, going straight down without being lazy about it, that might be a decent idea, because you'd have a break of structure here. You'd obviously have a lower low, lower highs. That'd look good. I just don't trust this area up here. I really don't, because it's just not looking the greatest. I mean, it looks a little better on a 1 hour. Let me double check this real quick. 1 hour. Your high volume really starts on this candle where it's currently at, which is also a former resistance point. I look at a daily time frame at a little, actually former support, I should say. Yeah. I mean, you could potentially take a stab at a 1 hour. Not the best, but yeah, I would feel more comfortable putting my money on a new break of structure, a new lower low, lower high. Yeah, something like that. So it may not set up for you, this week, because New Zealand CAD, I believe, is one of the let me see here. ATR on it is 50 pips. So it doesn't really move that fast, Ace of Trades. It's one of the slower molasses style currency pairs. I am in Swiss yen at the moment. Yeah. I mean, Swiss yen is at least given a little bit better of a signal. Swiss yen. Let me see. Swiss yen. Bullish score of a 6. Right? I mean, it's showing bullish because you got CPI, PPI, PCE, manufacturing PMI, trends, seasonality. All that's giving a bullish signal. And then you've really only got 2 items giving a bearish signal, and that would be your GDP and unemployment rate. And then a handful of neutral scores. Not really getting a whole lot of help from the banks, really getting a whole lot of help from the retail sentiment, services, PMI, retail sales, interest rates. All that's kind of neutral. So it's not good, or it's not helping or hurting either currency. But you add all that up, does give a +6 because of the technicals and CPI. So let's take a look at that. Swiss yen, I think I just looked at it and didn't really have a spot unless we go clear down here. Let's look at a 4-hour time frame. Nice grind upwards. So, I mean, yeah, that's why the technical reading's looking good. Former resistance point, which is that blue dashed line. I always attach that to former resistance points or support just to see what it looks like in the future if it happens to line up with a zone, a supply or a demand zone. And this is just nothing but a bunch of wicks. So there's no clear zones for me personally, for the way I like to trade. I mean, if I go all the way down to 15 minutes, yeah, no clear-cut zone. It's just a bunch of tiny bodies with long legs. That's the best. Yeah, and this move back up in price happened on low volume, so there's just not a whole lot for Swiss yen. But yeah, hopefully you make your money. Was that long or short? Ace of Trades. Let us know. Good morning, Solomon. Good morning, Zomeda. Yeah.
Hello.
That's what I like. Nice and tight. Yeah. There you go. Short. Okay. Short it is. All right. Yeah. Well, you got a pretty good downward momentum going. I don't see anything down here as far as a demand zone that could get you in a whole lot of trouble. You do have a lot of volume in this candle right here. But the problem is, yeah, or not the problem, but on a smaller time frame, I just don't see a whole lot of basing action, just the wicks. In fact, that was the Jerome Powell Wednesday speech wick. So you might be aware of this area down here at the 180.75 area, 180.70. I mean, it could potentially try pushing you back the other way. But again, I don't see any actual basing action to be, too awful worried about. Let's go back over here. Let's see. Do I have see, even on a 1-minute time frame, I'm not really getting any I'm not getting any gaps. I'm not getting any inefficiencies. All these candles overlap each other in some way, shape, or form. Right? You had a little bit of a gap here, but the market caught it and flew the other way. So you got a pretty efficient market, even all the way down on a 1-minute time frame. I wouldn't be too worried about that. You might be good. Let it sink even further, 185.30 level maybe. But either way, you're making money, and that's a good thing. Ace of Trades.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ain't on the way. Nice.
Yep. Yeah.
Looks like we're doing a challenge today, guys. The $5,000 challenge account giveaway. A little after the break.
Oh, nice. News. Oh, shoot. It's 1 minute to news. Gosh, that first 30 minutes flies by.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Oh, 3:30 now. So, yeah, we're going to do a quick news piece, everybody, and we'll come back and do some more charts. So, yeah, back to you, back in.
Yes. Be right back.
All right, Forex Fire fam, strap in and caffeinate those neurons because we've got a mountain of market moving mayhem to unpack from yesterday and a whole new day of potential profit pumping or portfolio pummeling events ahead. It's like the market decided to drink a triple espresso and then ride a roller coaster. So let's break down all the chaos in a way that won't make your head spin too much. Starting off over in Europe. Our old friend the euro got a little bit of love tapped from some German data, but it was a classic case of mixed signals. German retail sales for August came in, and let's just say the German consumer is feeling a bit indecisive. On a yearly basis, sales were up a decent 1.8%, which is okay, but it's a slowdown from July's more robust 2.9%. And on a month-to-month basis, they actually fell by 0.2%, which was actually better than the expected 0.6% drop, proving once again that in Forex, sometimes losing less than expected is the new winning. The Euro-USD pair found some demand near the 1.1725 level, wobbling its way to a tiny gain. It's like the pair is trying to build a foundation, but it's using wet sand instead of concrete. Traders are now eyeing the big German unemployment and flash CPI data later today to see if the Eurozone's powerhouse can provide a more solid reason to rally. Now let's hop on over to the land down under where the Aussie dollar was having a bit of a party. The Reserve Bank of Australia, led by Governor Michelle Bullock, decided to hit the pause button for another month, leaving the official cash rate steady at 3.6%. It was like they looked at the economic data, shrugged, and said, she'll be right back, mate. But they did add a little spicy commentary warning that inflation in the third quarter might be higher than than they previously thought. This, of course, got traders thinking that that maybe the rate cut party everyone was hoping for might get canceled. The Aussie dollar US dollar currency pair broke above a key technical pattern, climbing towards the 0.658 level, and the Aussie dollar just generally flexed on its peers, especially the Kiwi and the yen. It did also get some help from its biggest trading partner, China, where the manufacturing PMI actually improved a touch, though it's still in contraction territory. So let's keep that in mind. So the Aussie is putting on a brave face, but you can tell it's still nervously watching China for any sudden moves. And speaking of watching nervously, let's cross the Pacific to the absolute circus. That is the U.S. political and economic landscape. The U.S. dollar has been looking softer than a melted ice cream cone. And a huge reason for that is the looming and now seemingly inevitable U.S. government shutdown. Vice President J.D. Vance basically came out and said, yep, we're heading for a shutdown, which is about as reassuring as a screen door on a submarine. This mess means that that key economic data, including the all-important non-farm payrolls report, which is Friday, might not get released this week. Traders are flying blind, and the market hates uncertainty more than a vampire hates garlic. This, combined with rising bets that the Fed will cut rates not once, but twice before the year ends, we're talking a 90% chance priced in for October, is putting a serious dent in the greenback. The U.S. dollar index, the Dixie, it's languishing around the 97.9 level, looking for a friend and finding none. President Trump also decided to add some more tariff drama to the mix with new levies on everything from pharmaceuticals to kitchen cabinets, because why have a simple economy when you can have a complicated, tariff-riddled one, right? And all this stateside drama has been a glorious tailwind for everyone's favorite shiny safe haven, gold. The yellow metal went absolutely parabolic, soaring to a fresh record high near the $3,870 per troy ounce level. It's on a record-setting run that would make Usain Bolt jealous. With geopolitical risks, a potential government shutdown, as well as a dovish Fed expectations all converging, the gold bulls are having the time of their lives. It's so overbought that the RSI is basically waving a giant red flag, but in this environment, it seems like nobody cares. Silver is also hanging out near multi-year highs, just below the $47 mark, looking cool and consolidating. If you're long precious metals right now, you're probably laughing all the way to the vault. And meanwhile, over in Japan, the yen is showing some signs of life, attracting some buyers despite a somewhat divided Bank of Japan. The BOJ's summary of opinions showed that the board is still debating when to hike rates next, but the market is still betting on more policy normalization. This, combined with the general risk-off mood, gave the yen a bit of a boost, pushing the USD JPY pair down towards the 148 level. It is a battle between the BOJ's potential hawkishness and the Fed's rampant dovishness, and right now the Fed is winning the bottom to the race. And we can't forget the loonie, as well as black gold. The Canadian dollar was trying to hold its own, but it faced headwinds as oil prices took a dip. WTI crude slid to around $62.90 per barrel, pressured by the prospect of more supply hitting the market. OPEC Plus is expected to approve a production hike for November, and Iraq's Kurdistan region has restarted exports after a 2.5-year pause. It seems like the oil market is preparing for a potential glut, which is putting a lid on prices and, by extension, the commodity-linked loonie. So the USD-CAD pair was relatively muted, hovering around the 1.392 level, caught between a weak US dollar, and depressed oil price. So to recap yesterday, the euro was mixed, the Aussie was resilient, the US dollar was a wet noodle thanks to political drama and rate cut bets, gold was the superstar, the yen found some bids, and oil got slippery. It was a day that had a little bit of everything for everyone. So yeah, now let's look at today's economic calendar, because the fun never stops. We do have a packed schedule that could really get the market's engines revving. Later this morning, we've got German unemployment and the critical flash CPI reading. This will be a major tell for the euro's next direction. For the UK, we get the final Q2 GDP reading, which is expected to confirm a 0.3% quarterly growth. But the real fireworks will come from the U.S. data, assuming the government is still functioning enough to release it, that is. We've got the JOLTS job openings, the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index, and then a speech from Fed Chair Powell that will be dissected for every single syllable regarding future rate cuts. And of course, everyone will be watching Washington with bated breath to see if they can somehow avoid a shutdown. Though it's looking about as likely as me winning a Grammy. So get ready for another volatile day, Forex Fire traders. Keep your risk management tight, your humor intact, and let's get to the calendar before we get back to the show. So yeah, just a reminder, the Euro data, the German preliminary CPI, it shows all day, but again, it shows 2% forecast against a 0.1% previous reading. It's more of an orange folder event. Same thing with President Lagarde. She'll actually be speaking about 8:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That JOLTS job openings report for the dollar will be 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, where they're projected about 10,000 more job openings, it looks like. Yeah, 10,000 prior to compared to the previous reading. And then, yeah, the CB consumer confidence, that I call it the cheeseburger report, that comes out at 10 a.m. as well. And then finally, President Trump will be speaking at around 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So interesting day. Happy Tuesday. Let's get back to the charts. All right.
Nice one, Tiger.
As always.
Yeah.
I definitely think you can win a Grammy, Tiger. You can do it, bro. I got
give me some proper recording equipment. I'd give it a shot.
Nice.
Rather than a Smule app and a cheap $5 earbuds or AirPods or whatever you call it. Like I do with all my other stuff. I don't really have a whole ton of other stuff at the moment, gents. When you guys want to take over for a minute, I'm just going to take a look at some of my 5-minute zones on some of these alerts I have and see if I can't squeeze something out real quick. Yeah. Gold's dropping like crazy. Holy cow.
Yeah, I see
it is.
Woo!
Hey, what's up, Tiger?
Tanaka.
Hey, yeah, we can get it on over to me. I
All
don't
right.
got too much either,
Cool,
but
I can go next.
can show a few things here and maybe pass it over to you, Alex. Yeah, we can get my
Easy.
screen share here back in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, to go.
Let me see what the news is here. What's new? Gold, just people taking profits up there, probably. Stellar
Mhm.
price.
Back in and we can
Germany.
get my screen pulled up here. Okay.
Italy, Germany, North America. I don't really see anything just yet. Stellar price forecast. Nothing.
I'll take a small position on this. I was looking at EuroCAD earlier today. Let's see. Yeah, actually, this will do it. Cool. So, yeah, let's take a small position on here. This is a little bit funky, but it still makes it. It still makes the cut. So, let's take a small position on here, and it looks like the stop will be somewhere around here. So, 63.15. Yeah, 63.15. Let's do that. So on Euro CAD, 63.15. I'll just put a quarter on here. Nothing too major. 63.15. Whoa.
You're okay.
Oh. Yeah, let me put this on and I'll break it all down. Just want to put this position on first. All right, cool. All right, so yeah, this is the best one that I have right now, and I'll give the rationale behind this first, and then kind of get into the other one. So, as always, guys, what level here we got this 5,200 cross back here. All right, so I know I'm in level 2, so we got the 5,200 cross, level 2, and long. Right, so the next move after this cycle would be some type of W, some type of half a bat or head and shoulders pattern, which we don't have. We just have some V, right? Some ugly V structure that does not count.
Oh boy.
Right? You got to trade the V's.
Oh,
Look at that. As soon as we jump in, this takes off. I love that. So from here we got the reload, right? So again, if you, as I always say, if you can get in the move or not, that doesn't matter, right? Like I wouldn't take this move because this is simply just a V. It's the only the only thing that I wouldn't take, right? But the next move after the V, right, or the move off the 200 would be the bounce off the 50, right? So when we get this move that's like this, that would be the next move in that cycle that I'm always drawing out, right? Something like this. Next move in the cycle. All right. As I always mentioned, I'm staying away from this peak bottom and I'm staying away from the peak top. I'm just making my money here in these two particular areas. All right. Level 1 and level 2. Twice on Sunday.
That is right.
Nice.
All right. Level 1 long, level 2 long. All right. So that's it. So now when I'm following this process and I'm trying to identify why I'm in the chart, I know that this is the next move in this cycle. Right. Market baseline. Now, remember in the W's, you want to see the reload, which in this case is a V and we couldn't get in. But the next move after that would be that what I would call the money trade, which is what we're in now. But I'll type this off here. Put the V off the 200. Not a trade. Right? This is nothing.
Nothing. You are nothing.
This is now the next move in the cycle. This is something. This is that what I would call level 2 money trade. All right, one of my 8 moves that I take, 8 setups. All right, so yeah, not too big of a deal, but nice 1.5 nearly. So super cool there. And then as you can see on the TDI here at the bottom, the market baseline has gone above the static, right? So this totally confirms, even if we pick it up to the higher time frame, we do have higher time frame confirmation as well. Why is that? If you look at the previous closed candle, which is this green one here, price is above the 13. So this gives us everything we actually need to take this, right? Not the prettiest, to be totally honest. I would have preferred this to be an actual W, right? But whatever, it's the next best thing. That's why I only have a quarter on here. Instead of me putting on a half or a full position, like, hey, this is a beautiful setup. I only have a piece on. I wouldn't not take the trade, right? I would just put a smaller amount on it, right? So for me, this is more of a B setup.
A tester.
Right, so yeah. And if
Dipping
anything,
the toes
I
in
got
the cold pool.
Yep. And if you see, if anything, I got this alert set here that says, hey, level 2 money trade. This is actually where I want to get in here at. So if it pulls back to here, then I'll consider putting on maybe another quarter. I'll be halfway in. Or depending on how fast the move occurs, I might put the full thing on. So, yeah, we will definitely see. And, yeah, see how this one goes.
Sweet.
So I'll make my position here. We're in at, let's see.
Oh boy, we got a poll question. If Forex pairs were a party, who's the DJ? Alex mixing calm beats, Michael teaching dance steps. I can see that. Tiger dropping wild remixes, or the market pulling the plug mid-song. Oh, the dampener. We're doing some salsa dancing.
Cool. Yeah, besides that, I was looking at EU, kind of how we mentioned earlier today. This is getting a little blown out the box at this point. Easy setup to see. Right, we got this 5,200 cross. All right, we know we are in level 2 short. I'll do it this way. 5,200 cross. No, we're in level 2 short.
I'm glad I ignored
that. All right. And yeah, what I'm looking for next out of here, obviously, is that M structure off the 200, which we got the first leg put in. You can see it came all the way up here, closed below. Now we're up here. All right. The next thing I would just love to see for this to go ahead and work out and take is for this to come on down. And I'll take it, trying to take out these previous lows here. All right, let's make this red. And yeah, this will be a nice, not too big, but nice 1.25. As I just previously mentioned as well, market baseline is already above the static, right? So we got the reload here. It's already occurring. Good. Copy that for later. Sweet. And yeah, we already got some outside the band structure here as well. So this is not looking too bad at all. If we can this is probably my favorite one for today. Will this happen in this session? I'm not sure, but I do got this alert. Came off to 200, so I will be notified when it does occur, and I'll see what it looks like then. Right.
Okay, below the 800, looks like. Yep.
Yep. Definitely want to close below this 800 so it doesn't bounce off of it.
Yeah. And you want that close on a 1 hour? Just for
Yep.
confirmation?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see this on the 4 hour as well. Close below that price too. So still got a lot to go actually. Yeah, this won't happen in session. This might not happen until New York.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my number one setup for today though. I like this one the most out of all of them. What else? I'll just go through some euro pairs. Of course, I still do my deep dive after lunch here, but yeah, EJ is not really looking like anything. Euro CAD, yeah, that one's still it's the main one. And EG, so yeah, this was the other one. You know about this tiger.
Tell us about it. Tell us about this list. Hit list item.
Yes, this is the top of the list here still. Right. I got this. Says check this out. Let me change that. This is actually trying to set up for what I would call a master trade. Right, first move out of peak high. This is pretty easy to spot. Now it looks like this is trying to go back the other way, but we shall see. Got to give it a little bit of time. In this case, we have the 1350 crossing the downside, so we know we're level 1. All right, let's put L1 here. Right, so this is an ugly peak, like really ugly peak, but it is here. Right, that's the peak high in this entire cycle. I'll just put PH for peak high. Yeah, how I always, once again, this move in the cycle would be this here. Now this one will look something like this. Right, I'm expecting price to come back and challenge this area, and I want to be short right here to the downside. Right, so this. Right, so you can easily see that this is the exact same thing. Peak looks a little ugly, but it still is there. Right. So this will be a decent trade, almost a 3-for-1 if we can get this to set up. It might end up being a swing, to be honest. I have to swing this one because once price gets to this 200, you're probably going to want to get a little bit cautious and yeah, see what this looks like. But yeah, I would definitely want to take it off at the 800.
Yeah.
But hey, the way this thing is going, this might not even set up, right? Because I got the market baseline. Look like it's curving back the other way. Looks like price wants to kind of go back above this 50 line, right? And just stay up there. And of course, if it does that, then it's null and void the entire trade. So I won't be interested in it there. I have the same setup on EU. Nice. What is he saying? GBP CHF. Yeah, we can look at GF. Yeah. GF will be for me to the left. Right. So
Excellent.
Right. I want to look for something like this. In this same cycle, this market maker cycle that I draw out. Right. This is peak low. And I want to take the move here. In this particular case, right? So we got the same thing. This is actually not a bad setup, to be honest, Ace of Trades. Not pretty as peak low, but it is still there. Like right here. Well, who's say what in the world? Okay, peak low. And then we got this 1350 cross right here. So we know we're level 1 long, right? The next move from there would be something like this. Bouncing off this 50 line and going up. Right? Same exact thing how I drew on the structure. We want to take the trade right there. Now for me, a confirmation candle would be a close. I want to see a close above this 13 minimum. And the fact that the 50 is so close to the 200 to the 13, I would want this to close above this entire structure. So maybe something like this. All right, so nice 2.25. Squeeze out of this move. Yeah, I'm actually going to put an alert right here and let me know. Let me know when it gets here. This will be my master trade to the upside. All right, so nice call.
Alrighty.
Nice call.
Look like he'll owe you a percentage of that, Ace.
Yeah, I would take that.
Call. Oh, and Tanaka was asking about Bitcoin, Michael. I don't have anything on Bitcoin. We were talking about it yesterday. It's about as neutral gets as far as the way I see it. No, wondered what that would look like on your goodies.
Bitcoin. Yeah. So, yeah, very interesting, right? We kind of caught this weird scenario where we got the 50, 200 crossing to the downside. Right, so this will be level 2 short. Right, and then right now we have the 50, 200 crossing to the upside. So this is this is as neutral gets from my standpoint.
I figured your outlook would be about the same. Yeah, Tanaka, we don't have a look on it. It's showing -1 neutral on my fundamental top setups. And then, yeah, you got the new higher high with all the lower lows. So it's just kind of funky, kind of wonky. And it's in the middle of the higher time frame curve. So Chop City. I think there's probably better things out there to trade tonight. I'm not really interested unless it comes somehow all the way down to 100,000. Because I got a daily and a 4-hour demand waiting on it with a distal line down in the 97,800 level, including 97,500, including a stop. So, about a $2,500 buffer under the 100K psych level. It's kind of what I'm looking at. But that's if and when it decides to come all the way down there. It'd be more of just a technical only trade for me. I don't like anything above 104,000 though, personally.
Yeah, if I was to take it, I would wait, and I would wait for it to look something like this, right?
Yeah,
like this thing definitely has to prove that it's back low. Because right now it's sitting right at that spot where it's like, I don't know what I'm doing. So I'll leave this alone for a minute. Speaking of Tanaka, I seen last week that 2-on-2, you did a great job. I want to give you your flowers.
Yeah,
that was an awesome job. It's like
I was telling you.
Like Kobe Bryant came back at the very last second and hit a game. You were so close to winning. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was praising him yesterday. We had a Kene on the Sunday show. I was praising him too. That was pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, great job.
Yeah.
Cool. What else we had? You guys throw. I'm gonna still do my deep dive, obviously after lunch. So, or after break. But yeah, if you guys got anything you want me to go over in the meantime, let me know. I'll pass it over to Coach Adams here in a second.
Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, cool. And yeah, so I was looking to take this as well. This is one of those times where the trade does not finish the move. And this is also why I always say I don't like to hold my trades over the weekend, right? Because on Friday, right, we had this beautiful move, right? Level 2 long. And I'm looking for the what after that? I'm looking for the W off the 200. And my, oh my, was this a beautiful W off the 200 here. Just gorgeous.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Right? The next move in the cycle was supposed to be the bounce off the 50 and take out these highs right here. Right? And continue going up. But what happens? It doesn't. This thing turns around and goes the other way. Right? It's one of those times where don't think that the move will just continue. Like, oh, I'll hold it over the weekend. No, don't do that. Just close it and get back in if it sets back up.
Yep.
You weren't in that one, were you? Or were you in it?
No.
Or you were out?
Because this move would have been clear. I took this move, if you remember. Yeah, I took this move on Friday. But I ended up having to close it because it was 355 and it didn't take out the highs.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So this was nothing. By the time this tried to
set back up, you closed it out before it had a chance to join your hit list. Is that right?
Exactly. Right. So this one was avoided the list. Just how I mentioned UJ. Right, UJ was my trade of the week last week, but kind of the same exact thing, right? We had this 5,200 cross back here, so we knew we were in level 2. Looking for that same structure right off the 200. This thing went parabolic. This one was awesome. Right, but this one went so high up that it didn't even give you a chance to bounce off the fit going. It never even touched it. Right, so both great moves. But yeah, those were two great ones to avoid. Then I think I was looking at, was it GBP CAD? Oh yeah, so I had to pick between GA and GC. I'm sorry, GC and EC. Right, GC looks less clear than EC. So for me, EC was the better trade. So that's why we just took that one instead of this one. Was super, super close too. Right? Like, I mean, even the RR on this is nice. 2.25. Not bad at all. EC was just a little bit off. I mean, a little bit better. Right? Than GC. Close, but this one's tighter.
Yeah.
So let's see. That's pretty much it for me for now. Yeah, I can pass it over to you. Coach Alex.
Easy. All right, then, back end. You can check it over. Okay, so let's get down to business. Nothing to hop into just at this moment in time. We are setting some stuff up. I'll also show you another trade that I'm in for a different strategy, so at least we can have a look at it. And I hopped into a Ethereum trade the other day, which we can have a look at as well, because there's 2 trades for those that want to know that are setting up for me on Ethereum and Solana. So we can have a look at all of that stuff here. So I might be talking for a while, but you can always put any questions in the chat and
absolutely
be happy to smash them out. So coming in, we have gold completely out of the range. I mean, man, is it going to even come back to any of the VWAPs? Maybe. We've still got 3 hours in which it can play around. And look, crazier things have happened. If you want to see a crazy trade, which was, I didn't take it, but we were talking about degen trades yesterday. We saw this massive spike on the Euro trade just happen come through after this large consolidation. And then, wanted to short it on the way down, but decided that I needed to stick to my plan and not actually do what I told everyone not to do, which is just jump into trades randomly, even though, I mean, it looks so good. Coming straight back up into these highs. Tiger had his trade on. He had his stop loss hardened somewhere around here. He managed that trade perfectly. It was a shame it came back down. Gave Tiger more hope. and then came back up with a vengeance again. But we all get that. I lose trades all the time, as you guys know. But yeah, I really, really wanted to. Just came into this area, started pushing down so nicely, and I was like, oh, I really want to get in. But decided not to. And I'm glad I didn't, because my stop loss, well, I did think it was actually going to win. I'm on my take profit, I should say, nowhere near it. But going back to what's happening now, again, we're a considerable distance off. So I'm presuming that maybe in for the next, I don't even want to say hour, because I don't know what this is doing. Well, I've set my alert so we can come back to it. But oil, probably out of the picture tonight. Not oil. Gold, I should say, probably out of the picture tonight. Not really. And then we have over in this section, oil. We have oil in the range, and we know that it needs to break out. If it comes up to the top, we need it to break out up here, come back down, and then break out again. So if it does come up here, I won't be hopping in straight away. And that's why I've got my little alert set down here, because I need it to break out of that range. So that's what we are going to be doing through there. So with that being said, while that sets up, I'm going to show you something different. I'm going to open up the charts over here, and we're going to go to an alert, which is NZD USD on the 1 hour. Now we're going to see if it comes through here. So this isn't something that I've had to talk about, because usually, the markets have been quite hectic. But considering it is quite a quiet market on this Tuesday, I will go over as to why I hopped into this trade, what it is, why this says buy, just to give people a little bit more of a, I don't know, another strategy in your arsenal, another string in your bow if you want to. But I like to, and this is my day trading strategy, day trading to almost occasionally swing trading with how long these can go for. I know we've got news coming out soon-ish, and I will look to close this trade out before then regardless. I guess it's not worth the news. But this one says buy here, and it's called the Starlight strategy. So I made it. It's been in the markets for 6 years now, and we average about 40% returns per year on it. So that's just a little bit here. But what you're going to see, which is really interesting, and I really suggest that you guys have a look at it, is these doji-looking candlesticks. They've got X's on them, right? This is what we're looking out for. This X's. X here, X here, X here. I've just made a little custom indicator myself that just tells me when they appear. That's really it. Everything else on the screen I'll go over in a second in terms of indicators. Definitely follow along. If it does come back to entry, but it's only on entry. But essentially, the doji candlesticks, they can change. So, did you say something, Tiger?
My bad. It sounded like for a second. Yeah.
Getting a little bit of fishbowl syndrome now and then. Yeah. Sounds clear right now, but every now and then it sounds like you're in a fishbowl.
That happened before. I felt the same thing. Let me just double check here.
Just wanted to let you know before you explain this strategy.
Yeah, cool. All right. Tell me if it is, and I might hand the charts back and do a quick reset if it continues to happen. So let me know in the chat, and I'll fix it if I need to through there. But yes,
sounds good right now. I'll let you know.
Cool, easy. So they're not necessarily dojis. I'll give it away in terms of what these are. They're 3 things. Whoa, not 4 things. 3. There's a body less than 3 pips. We have wicks on both sides of the body. And then 3 through here. We have, what is it? 1 wick, doesn't matter which one it is 6 pips plus in length. So that could go to 30, that could go to 40, go to 50 theoretically, as long as it's over 6 pips, I don't care. And as long as the body of the candlestick is less than 3 pips, I don't really mind. The reason why we have these numbers, and everyone always asks me, why do you have some random numbers? So, sorry, I'm just looking at the track. Sounds like it's 70s driving. Hilarious. That's good. That's really good from you, Ace of Trades. I love that. That's really good. The reason why I have this stuff here is essentially because I don't like candlestick patterns, right? I'm a mechanical trader. I like my rules. So if you give me anything that I can't quantify, I don't like it because I'm not able to backtest it correctly. If there isn't a universal drawing it, I mean, you can draw it technically any way you want, and it's always going to be true. I mean, that's true of anything that there's no universal way to do. So therefore, there's nothing right and there's nothing wrong. And because there's no parameters, when I backtest it, I cannot gauge whether I'm getting consistency. And as you guys know, if you're hopping into anything, any strategy, you want consistency. If you don't have that, I mean, what do you have? You've really got nothing. You got nothing at all because you can't trust your win rate. You can't trust your risk to reward.
Yeah.
You can't trust anything. So essentially,
Spinning your wheels at
I'll look out. Yeah, exactly right. Now, the cool thing about these little candlesticks here is that they don't print out too often. It's usually one, on average, it's about 1 in every 30 to 40 candlesticks is what you get on average on the 1 hour chart. That's what you're looking at. Yet, they kind of appear around / before major moves. They like signal them from here where we have that big drop off to finding the bottom and then starting to push up through here, all the way to the top here. Now, not on all of them, absolutely not on all of them, but you'll be able to find these starlight candlesticks kind of just appear in the pits and obviously the highs of these markets, signaling, like literally the one right before this massive candlestick here, is starlight, signaling that something is about to occur. So years ago, when I was in the market and I was trying to find something, I looked at these little candlesticks as basically doomsday, like doomsday rapture, creatures saying that the end is near, the bullish run is over, the bearish run is about to begin. And that's what I always viewed them as, a little bit of a preacher through there, the doomsday rapture preachers. And then all of a sudden, started working. And I was like, okay, cool. Why don't I do what I normally do? And I trend trade, in which case I need to have a higher high and a higher low in order to hop in which case I do through here. Here's a small high. Here's a low. Here's your next high. Here's your next low. Is it trend trading? Yes. Cool. And then I essentially just make sure that the awesome oscillator, when I'm hopping in through here, is showing me that there's a change. Just like that doomsday preacher that we were talking about before, when I do get that momentous move, the exact same momentum thing that we've talked about time and time again in my scalping strategy, when I get that, it simply needs to align in color with the awesome oscillator. That's it. You might be thinking, oh, I need a bigger candlestick or I need these numbers. I've never got it to work. Yet the difference is if you hop in when this one's green and this one's red, you drop from a 55% win rate all the way down to a 38% win rate. I cannot tell you why. That's just what the back testing says. So as long as you have those things working out, then it works. I mean, you can literally see on, I back test this stuff myself and stream it. So yeah, it's pretty good. Hang on, I need a higher high or lower low, but I need a second of each and then pull back to the previous one. Yeah, that makes sense. Ace of Trades. Yeah, very nice. So
how many pips are you going for on take profit with that strategy?
This one, I go for 1 to 2s. and I go for 1 to 3s. So I actually dual trade. So I dual or twin trade depending on where you're from in the world. Exact same stop loss, exact same area where I place my stop loss for my scalping strategies. This one, find the last low, chuck my stop loss under there. That's where it goes. Then I go for my 1 to 2 and I go for my 1 to 3. So yes, you don't have to risk 1% on each. You absolutely do not have to, but it does work out in the end through here. You can trade 0.5 and 0.5, only risking 1. Whatever it is, obviously 2% is in that upper echelon. So I only suggest people do that if you've actually got a buffer in your account. Otherwise, it's just not worth hopping into. So that's what I have through here. That's why this one says buy. Again, just something that's very simple. You can play around with that and have a look at it if you wish. But yeah, that's what I've got on this one. And in terms of the push through,
So are you just buying?
we've seen
Are you buying the candle after? Are you buying the candle after that doji candle?
So
Or-
yeah, essentially if I get a starlight candle, within 3 candlesticks I need an impulsive move. So I need a large impulsive move. So if we look at this one here, it's 14 pips. I need a minimum of 10. So what I want within, as soon as that starlight comes in, I give it 3 hours. Give it 3 hours to go. Am I going to get a candlestick that's 10 pips plus in terms of this? Now, that changes for JPY pairs. It's 15. Everything else is 10 pips plus. JPY pairs are 15 because it just needs to be at slightly impulsive from wick to wick. That's what it needs to be. Now, obviously, if the body is still going to be really tiny, we're not looking for doji candlesticks. That's not impulsive. We need a candlestick to be that 10 and over on any pairs apart from JPY. So that's what I got in here. Technically, I hopped in at this area just here. I got in on a tiny bit of a pullback, the tiniest pullback ever, if you could call it that. And there we go. We're going for it now. It's never nice to see this at the very top when you're going, oh yeah, this is nice. It's going up, and then a starlight appears.
Oh, yeah.
But I will stay in. I've also got one down here, so we'll just have to wait and see. It doesn't always mean there's going to be a reversal. There's usually a good chance, as you can see through here. Occasionally, you can get one, and it will continue to go down. But like here, for example, but we'll have to wait and see. So it's really I call it the starlight strategy because it just sounds better than the rapture strategy or my doomsday strategy, saying that trend's about to end and an explosion is going to occur. So that's what I do. You'll see so many that I don't hop into, primarily because of the trending rule. But what we can see through here is I need that higher high and higher low. As soon as I form a lower low, I couldn't have hopped into this buy. It wasn't okay. I can't do it, and therefore I'm not hopping into these trades. I'm just going to leave it and say, okay, no worries. Not trend trading, therefore I don't want to hop into it. I'm hoping that from here we're going to have the explosion in my general direction. So make sure that you trend trade. You have to have a higher high and a higher low, or a lower low and a lower high. You've got to have them. If you don't, then you're not trading my strategy. You're trading someone else. So there you go in terms of that.
Well, that's pretty cool. No, that's pretty simple. And last week was the failed rapture anyway, so you could resurrect that word in your title if you want.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw that on the news. I was like, where did this happen? Was it in like South Africa or something? I missed out on it. I was supposed to look it up. Do you guys know?
Yeah, it was last Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday Tuesday. I think it was last Tuesday, 23rd. Yeah. Yeah, you got people calling dates, which nobody knows the official date, but you got people still trying to call dates and figure it out. We weren't given a date for a reason. People need to quit creating dates.
We're not going to get an early warning system like you do for hurrcanes or tsunamis. It's going to happen. I reckon it's It's gonna happen.
It's going to happen.
Aliens gonna warn us too. Like, hey guys, we're on the way.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you guys like 2 R&R? Sorry, I'm reading this. Why don't you guys like 2 R&R? Well, it's not that we don't like it. It's just that Coach Michael and Coach Tiger just have a different system. They like to go for more because it works for them and it works for your strategy. I go for a 1 to 2 on here because it does, and on my scalping strategy, I don't, because it just doesn't work. If I was to go for a 1 to 2, it just wouldn't work. Like I'd probably say here, Coach Michael and Coach Tiger, if I said to you guys, can you go for 1 to 6s and 1 to 7s? What would your answer be? Probably no.
Probably not.
I don't think it'd be a much smaller win rate. Yeah. Because, I mean, I'm about 40% with 3 to 1s. So, yeah, 6 to 1s, whew, I don't know. They'd probably put it down to about a 10%. I don't know, 10, 15. Yeah. I don't know. 10, 15, 20.
Exactly.
No, it's just a matter. Yeah. It's just a matter of preference. Some people like getting in and out of trades quick. Some people like me just like going for the higher pip count, 100 pips, 150 pips, stuff like that. So with the understanding, I'll lose more often than Coach Alex because I'm asking a lot more from the market. But I'm okay with just taking a handful of trades, right? But some people like more of the action and quicker in and outs, right? But just different taste for everybody. But I mean, I'm starting to like the smaller time frames again, like I used to when I first started. So kind of the best of both worlds. Yeah. But yeah, on the smaller time frames, like what he's doing, I'll be doing the same thing. Just quick in and outs, get to break even as quick as possible.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's just funny. Like the 1 to 2 is just kind of always in the middle. It's kind of all. It's for scalping. It's sometimes just a little bit too big. For day trading, I feel like you can just get more out of it. And I don't like intraday traders exist and they're around, but I don't see too many intraday traders, to be honest. And that's probably where I'd be seeing that 1 to 2, 1 to 1.5 kind of hit off in that area through there. Oh, I've got an alert. So what does that mean? Oh,
what do you have?
Have to wait and see because we now need it. It's touched the VWAP for London session, but now it needs to come and break all the way back up here. So again, it's a little bit of a waiting game today, but that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine through here. What I was going to finish with before I let the guys speak and end my speech is this Ethereum trade that I took. You will find me rarely able to do what Coach Michael and Tiger do in terms of going, what do you think about this pair? I can't do that. I'm not good at it. What if I can just go, this is what my strategies do. That's why I put them in, because I'm not able to look at the charts and go, this is what I think it can do. I just go, hey, that's too much brain pressure for me right there. I'm just going to put some rules into the market, and if it hits it, great, and everything else can just fall by the wayside. That's how I like to play it. But hopped into this trade the other day, and you will love this, who said that before, Nefemi, about the 1 to 2s. I aim to 1 to 3s and 1 to 5s on these ones here, so I go for a little bit higher. Again, it's a little bit different here, but this is probably the most simple thing in terms of strategy. And Coach Richard, maybe it was Coach Richard, and I was talking about this yesterday with Coach Tiger. Simplicity. It might have been Coach Tony. Yesterday was nearly 8 hours being on live, so they kind of all blend in together. I'm with Tiger twice, I'm with Tony, and with Coach Richard as well. So it gets a little bit hectic. So apologies if it's not that, but this is kind of supply and demand, kind of smart money concepts. What I'm looking for, guys, is major lows and highs. And the way that I find these trades is so easy. Get the measuring tool out, and if it moves from the top of a move to a bottom, and I will zoom in a second, if it moves more than 4% on Ethereum, from say here to here, 6.38, it's considered a major low. Now, I don't get a major high, or this major low, I should say, is not completed until I get the next high. So in order for me to say that there is a major low here, even if it's gone down 11, 13, 14%, I won't say that's the low until I get an opposite move up. Doesn't have to be the same, it just has to be over 4%. Because I don't want to hop into minor highs and lows. If you guys have ever been hiking and you go, oh, that's the top of the mountain there, and you get all the way up and you get to that and you go, oh, it's a fake peak. Actually, what happens from here is that we just decide to go higher and higher and higher. Let me just get my tool out. It does this, but you couldn't see it from all the way down here. You couldn't see it. So then you're like, yes, this is the top. No, it's not. It's a minor. It's a plateau. Over here is my major high. So you always need that pair. And essentially, I need two of them, right? I need two of them. So as soon as this goes down more than 4% and this comes up more than 4%, great. I would then have a major high and major low. All I need is for this area, one of these two not to be, I'm going to forget the word, to kind of be left alone, I should say. It just needs to be left alone. It doesn't need to be touched. It just needs to be sitting there. It doesn't need to be taken out. For example, if I get a candlestick and it does this, right?
Mitigated.
Then it's taken out. This area is gone. It's hidden. It's see you later. Just like this high. It came up. The high's not there anymore. It's hidden behind a bank of clouds. I don't want that. This low, it's still there. So what happens is I'll wait. I'll wait 2 weeks. I'll wait 2 months. I'll wait a very long period of time for the markets to essentially come back down to that area. Now, we obviously haven't done that through. Oh, we did. We came all the way down over here. And you're going to find something really weird, guys. I reuse the same stuff in my strategies, but I just change it around a little bit. Talking of momentum, which is so important, and talking about putting your hand on the hot plate, on the grill, and taking it off, I want that to happen. Yes, exactly right.
Yeah.
Now, why? Why is that so important? Why? And this, I love this stuff. This stuff fascinates me, how the market moves like this. If I've got a major low and a major high, it's kind of like driving down a highway at 100 miles an hour and then just putting the brakes on and then just turning around. Like, who does that? But that's what the market did all the way back here. Why did it stop there? You know, we don't know at that period of time. This could just be a major low and then it's taken out later, right? It could definitely be that. But then it's always the second touch. The second touch proves that there is something there. We came all the way back down and did the exact same thing a second time. You would think if we've got the orders and the momentum and everything else behind it, I mean, look at this fall through here. And you tell me we stop in the exact same spot as over here. Now, if I'm, Fred, Velma, I'm the Scooby-Doo gang, I'd be looking at that and saying, hey, something's up. Something's fishy right here. Do we have an order block? Probably. Is smart money in there? Is this an area where they're going to be hiding their orders? For me, the answer is probably. We've gone down the highway at 100 miles an hour. We hit here and we turn around twice like that. Who has the power to make a market do that? It's not really retail traders. Yes, news could definitely happen. Absolutely. But at the same point, at the exact same point, I'm looking at this and I'm going, so many different things happen and this doesn't happen that often. So I then make the theory that, hey, there's going to be an order block here. So what's the likelihood that if it comes down to the same area, we're at least going to get a small reaction? I'm not looking for something massive. A small reaction to the top side before then breaking through. A final liquidity grab. A final push to take orders, which smart money loves to do, before they then close out their orders. They're greedy. They love doing this stuff. And so what I'll do based off that is I won't hop in directly at perfect entry. Perfect entry is where these two wicks basically stopped at the exact same area. the lowest part of it here. And where is it? Here. I will just front run the order slightly. It's hard to tell you guys how much I front run an order, but I do. I'll bring it up a couple of pips, like from here to here, for example, it's 0.30. I might go all the way up to 0.50. And then what I like to do is just keep it.
Oh,
Whoa. I think we're okay.
that was good.
Aliens are. Yeah. I like to keep it at a set stop loss between 0.70 and 0.80. Anywhere in there is where I'm going to put it. And I'm going to go again. I'm going to go for a 1 to 3, and I'm going to go for a 1 to 5. I dual trade it. I didn't get the 1 to 5 this time, but with this one on my secondary trade, so on my 1 to 5 trade, I will trail it by my stop loss. So essentially, if this is 0.73%, that's how it's trailing the entire way up. My first position, that's just going for the 1 to 3, that does not have a trailing stop loss. As soon as it hits 1 to 1 on my risk to reward, it goes straight to break even. That's where it sits. If I hit my 1 to 3, fantastic. Second trade, that's trailing the entire time. So that came up here basically around this 4.48, and then we hopped out somewhere around this 1 to 3, 1 to 2.9. So these trades are fantastic because they take so long to set up. So it doesn't matter if you're a doctor or you're an engineer or whatever, because you have to go for these big 4% moves. As soon as I've got this one here, I still need it to go up 4%, which of course it did. It came up all the way to here before I can then set my limit order. So then I set it and I let it go. So for example, here, I know that we've got a 4% high right here. Comes from here to there. There's nothing else in the middle, so I'm not concerned about any more of these lows or highs. It definitely goes down more than 4%, and it comes up all the way here. Definitely higher than 4%. And now look what's happened. If we go from this highest point all the way to here, all I'm doing is waiting for it to come through here, hit this 4%, and as soon as that happens, I can set my sell limit order, I can come into here, get my short position up, chuck it up into this area around that 0.70. I'd give it probably the 0.80 just because there is a wick literally right here. Obviously, that's not where I'd enter. I'd probably enter right here. But I'd front run that, and that is what we'd probably be looking at in terms of going in. So you might only hop into trades 6, 7 times in a month if you're lucky. I trade this on Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. You might only trade 6 or 7 times in a month, but yeah, it just allows you to do your daily jobs and walk away. And this is really just my slow set burn for my accounts. I have this just sitting there. I won't even touch it for the year. I'll just let it go and go and go and go and go. And like Tigers, this is a 40% win rate. I lose more than I win. But like Tiger again, I'm going for those higher risk to rewards. I'm going for 1 to 3s. I'm going to 1 to 5s. I'm dual trading. So I can lose way more than I win, which is pretty handy. So, yeah, if we were talking about all before, that's what I do.
You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Alex is chasing those major highs, just like Cheech and Chong, right?
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. But there you go. Cool, there you go. We've done. I've talked. Yeah, this is the one that excites me. I love talking about smart money concepts. It's what I started off in all those years ago. Smart money concepts. It just makes sense, when you're following the big banks and you're watching what they do. Because my mentor always taught me, Alex, if you can find the spots in the market that don't make sense, you're gonna find an area that's good for a trade. And as soon as I started to figure this out, and I was like, why did it stop here? And then, even a months later, why did it come all the way over here, stop in the exact same place, and then come all the way up? Smart money. Smart money. And if you figure that out, guys, wow, you've got such a great weapon in the market. Just ask Coach Tiger and Michael over here. It's a fantastic trade. I don't just scalp. I don't just scalp. I've got other things going in the background, but I think every good trader does. I'm sure you guys trade more. Well, I know Tiger definitely does, but I'm sure you guys trade quite a few or maybe 2 strategies or something along those lines. I get it.
Yeah, it's good to have a fast strategy and a slow strategy, I think. I mean, for everybody just starting, it's good to just focus on one thing at a time, obviously, and figure out how to make it work, figure out how to make it profitable. But yeah, you'll eventually get to the point to where you'll see the value in having a faster, a middle term and then a higher time frame, lower middle, higher time frame type strategy, because the markets cycle. So what works right now, like clearly yesterday with supply and demand, yesterday didn't work very well for me, right? So in quiet markets, I went away from that and I went down to just the quick 1 minute time frame to do a little scalping, and it worked. So, but vice versa, sometimes the scalps won't work as well, and I go to the higher time frames. So it's just cool to be able to have a couple different tools in your tool bag depending on the cycle of the market, where the geopolitics are at, where the fundamentals are at. So, no, that's pretty cool, though. Pretty good to be well versed.
Yeah, definitely.
Sure.
And
even like trending markets, right? Like a lot of traders now are, it's easy to just find good spots and buy gold. As soon as that run is over with, it's not going to be that simple, right? Like, so you got to make sure you can find those spots and still be able to do it the right way.
Yep, absolutely. And I think one of the things that, I can't remember what his name is, but it was a trader I used to trade with a while ago. He's since retired. He's done what he needs to do. But he said to me when I was starting out, it's so much easier to trade a portfolio than it is to trade one strategy, for the reason that Tiger was just talking about before. Actually Coach Michael as well. When that run's done and you're just sitting there, can you sit in your hands? And we've talked to you guys about this the last couple of weeks. Can you sit in your hands and not take those trades? It's hard, especially when you want to be a full-time trader and this is your job and you sit here. So I'm sitting here right now going, am I going to get a trade? Is it going to come through? I sat here all yesterday and basically got nothing, pulled out, didn't do anything. But if I've got another trade just like that NZD-USD one that I'm in, it doesn't really bother me because I've already got another kettle, another stove boiling, whatever it is that's saying. I've got more eggs in different baskets and I can go, that one's trucking along nicely. Doesn't matter. It takes the pressure off this strategy having to carry hopes, dreams, rent, groceries and all that sort of stuff. It doesn't need to anymore because I've got 2 other things that are in the background. Yes, if they all go wrong, wow, that's a poor feeling. But it's when you're on multiple different time frames, different markets, it's extremely rare for that to happen, in my opinion. So if you can trade a portfolio rather than trade a strategy, you're going to be finding that all of a sudden it's just that little bit easier psychologically.
Yeah. I mean, I had my 2-loss limit yesterday morning and I was done, right? I was done, but that was just one strategy. So, you're exactly right. Usually something will work. 1 or 2, usually something will work in the tool bag, but yeah, it just all kind of cycles. So good to be flexible. Exactly. That's for sure.
Exactly.
For sure.
Right. So,
and being able to spot when that trend is over is a big thing too, right? Because again, case in point, like when do you know that run is over with? Like, you've been killing gold for the longest, buys. And as soon as it starts falling, you're like, oh, wait, is the trend over with? It's not working anymore. Like, the trend has changed, my friend.
Yeah. They don't last forever. It'll eventually come back at some point. Yeah. We don't know when, but we just wait till the price action tells us so.
Exactly right. So that's it. I mean, do you guys have anything that you want to bring up or chat about? Have you got some charts while I wait for these to develop?
Yeah, not anything at the moment, chap. What you guys got other than Michael? Yeah, see what Michael's got over there. Let us know, Chad, if you guys have any markets you'd like us to look at as well. Anything specific or particular? Yeah, we'll see what you got.
GM
Michael.
trade looks like it might set up here in the next 20 minutes. I can jump into this one too. Back in, let's get to my screen here. I think it was Ace of Trades who pointed GFL.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, this is what I'm looking
for. Oh, there you go.
Right.
Well, 20
get
minutes
this to close above this 200 like this. Yeah, this would be nice. And looking at the 4-hour chart, we already are above. Now, although this candle doesn't close for another 3 hours, that's fine because I'm more or less wanting price to be above the 13, which it is. I don't need to be above the 50 also, right? So if we look at the previous closed candle, we can clearly see it's above the red 13 EMA there. And then also, if you look at the market baseline, this thing is definitely curving to the upside, right? So I'm liking the direction on the 4-hour. Really just waiting for this to set up. I do want it to close higher, right? Like on the higher side, like little to no wicks, like where it's at now. Like this will be fine. And I just wanted to close above this little previous structure. Again, that's where it is right now. Like if it can close here, you know, a little bit higher, that would be great. But I don't want it to not close above the 200. If it doesn't close above the 200, I'm not going to take it. I'm just let it go. Weirdly enough, guys, so we're kind of waiting for that full transparency here. I don't know what the hell happened, but I will show this just so you guys can see. Oh, oops. That's not what I'm trying to show. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, I'm trying to show this. I'll just share my whole screen. I don't know what's happened, but this took me out of this trade, this Euro CAD trade. Like 1 minute later, I didn't even notice this. We took this at 4:32, which is Eastern, right? So it's really 3:32 Central. But 1 minute later, as you can see, this took me out at 5 pips.
What's up with that?
I don't even know. I have no idea why this happened. So I'm not even in EuroCAD. I thought I was, but apparently I was for 1 minute.
Put a time limit on.
What the hell that
That's weird.
Yeah, just for full transparency, just had to show you guys that I'm not even actually in the trade anymore.
Maximum overdrive.
Yeah,
computers are going crazy.
Slipped a little bit on it, so that kind of sucks. But because I don't want to just jump into it again, like randomly. But so I'm not even in that trade anymore. I'll probably just leave. Yeah, I think so too. And it's not like I didn't take it. It clearly says that I was in it for 1 minute.
Richard's termites jumped into your platform.
Yeah.
Something has going on. Like, I don't know. Tanaka says WTI crude. Let's check that out.
Problem, child.
Right.
No problem, child.
So this for me is pretty easy to see. I wouldn't be touching this for a second, but we do got this weird peak here. Right. The next move will be something like this. That's what I'll be looking for. Market baseline going back above this static for this reload. And then that move to the downside will look something like this. Right, nice 2.25, a little bit over 2.25. I wouldn't be touching this for a minute though, and we're technically not there just yet because, as you see, although the 50 and the 200 are about to cross, it hasn't just yet. It's like saying, oh, this candle is about to close. It could not do it still. So it's technically not confirmed. Just
if I get a little bit more of a retracement, Michael, I'll buy the inventory and sell it to you, because that's about the same buy point under price and about the same target up there in your short area. So we will see if we can make a deal.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll gladly.
Because about 64.50 is pretty well where I was going to sell it. 64.
You said 64,
yeah, somewhere. Well, yeah, my proximal line of my 1 hour zone is sitting at 62.35. And then, yeah, I was definitely going to keep an eye at that 1 hour supply at 64.20 as far as potential sell.
64.50 is pretty much exactly where I got my stop loss at.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, because I ain't trying to get too greedy and push it all the way to Friday morning's high. I don't think that'd be too wise. So I'm making note of that. Michael's sell point. I'm gonna write that down here.
Right. That will be the move. Cool. What else we got? Again, we got about 14 minutes till break. And I'll do the deep dive afterwards. I won't do too much now. I'll kind of save it. What else? Oh, I did want to show this. We were speaking about hit rates earlier today. This is had a nice little run here with this on the back end of the what do you call it? Dashboard. That's what I'm thinking of. The dashboard. You can kind of see like some good stats. So I always like to kind of show stuff like this. One, as you can see, when I see a AUD NZD trade that sets up, guess what? I don't want to take it, right? Because I keep losing on it. You see here,
yep.
Right? Even if I do, it'll be 0.5% or a quarter, whatever the case may be. Now, highest performing instrument, as you can see, is USD CAD. So once this actually does show set up like something like USD, I'm a USD CAD, I'm all over it. Weirdly enough, AUD CAD is the same way. AUD CAD and USD CAD are like neck and neck. I feel like, but obviously this one's a little bit higher. But yeah, just even knowing, right, like what a hit rate and what your best pairs, what your worst pairs, just gives you that extra piece of information, the extra piece of edge that you can actually say, hey, you know what, maybe I should size down on this one, right? Because for one, I'm only taking AUD, OCD in Asia session anyway. So when it does set up, I'm not outside the session, I'm not taking it, but also I'm not taking it with a full position, right? I wouldn't know that without being able to track that data. You know what I'm saying? To be able to size in or size up, size down, whatever that case may be. So always good to know as much information as you can possibly know, guys, to kind of put you in the right spot.
AUD NZD is on more of a hit list than Euro Pound then. Is that safe to say?
Long term, it sure is. That's my arch nemesis.
Okay, long term. So Michael has a long-term hit list and a short-term hit list. Okay, got it.
I do.
Hey, and the dollar CAD's given the strongest. Yeah, that's funny. And the dollar CAD's given the strongest signal right now. Like I say, 14. Do you have it for a long if it sets up, or a short? You got it for a long, right?
Yeah, this will be a long. Yep. We got the 5,200 cross. I do want it to come down some first, but yeah, if this could come down and give me some type of action like to the upside, that will be it. And as I just showed you guys, I would love to take this trade. Why?
Yep,
there's a great chance
that's right about
to hit on it.
That's about the same buy point as me. I mean, yeah, that's one of the stronger signals I've seen in a while. I mean, gold was up around 16, 17 here a few weeks back. and I'm pretty sure that was the highest score I'd seen on my Edge Finder. But as far as currency
Sorry, I'm
pairs,
in a trade.
oh, okay.
In one. So back end, I'm going to hijack this. If you could chuck it over back end onto my screen, I'm sure.
Take it on over.
Cool. So, I mean, oil's already broken down to the bottom side previously. Yes, I completely agree with Michael. If you're doing anything other than scalping, do not touch this pair. That price action from through here is it's so bad. And of course, oil's the one that I'm on right now. But we're here. We're here right now. So we came up. We did retest this line. Probably not the prettiest one again, but it is a retest through here. We do have these two momentous moves coming down. Definitely having that impulsive move from here. And then through here, we break this blue line in this area. Yes, it's coming up. Yes, maybe it's going to rain. And if it does, cool. I'll bring my stop loss up just a little bit more just to counteract that in case it does want to do that. Now, where's our take profit? Take profit, because it's such a big range today. We're only going for the one. We're only going for the one. It's a 1-to-1. It's such a large range. Usually, if it's a smaller one, I would be obviously going for the 1-to-2, but that's 462 pips on here. That's a massive move because you can see when it was created from here to here, we just fell the entire time. Big move to the downside. So hopefully creating this lower low and lower high through here, we continue to move that. If it wants to come up here into this area, then let it happen. But right now we're in here. I'll show you what my lot size is. So I'm risking 1%. I won yesterday, so yes, that's okay. Lot size is 0.57, so that's what I'd be going for. Just risking the 1%, $106 there. And of course, if it comes down and hits this area, here's my BE level right here. So that is what we are looking for. We're in the trade. We will wait around and see what is going to happen. But until then, we'll just have to wait and see. I'll probably do something in the break, as we are talking about with Coach Richard and Tiger yesterday. The good thing, even if I do lose, is probably going to lose quite quickly. And I would much rather lose quickly on a strategy. I love losing quickly. It's so much more enjoyable than it just messing around for... Yeah, exactly. It's just the Band-Aid off. Yeah,
put me out of my misery quick. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Let me forget about it so I can just move on. In saying that, though, over here, potentially, and again, this might be on break. We'll have to wait and see. But we've got a retest, so much nicer retest on this one. So much nicer retest through here. If it does come up and break through here, we'll also be in there. That's only if it does, but we could have something setting up through here. Again, gold just went, see you later. I wish it had set up. I wish it had set up through here. But we just never got it. We just never got it. Yes, we did retest in these areas, but we hadn't broken out. And then it just said, well, I'll get close. I'll get close to the line, but I won't touch it. I'll get close to the line, but I won't touch it. And then from there, just decided that, hey, it was on its way down. And again, when people ask me, Alex, when do you trail your stop loss? How do you know to trail your stop loss? This structure here is fantastic. Maybe not through here, but definitely this area here with how much volatility there is in the market, how much momentum I can take the downside. That's fantastic. Stayed in. There's no reason for really me to get out until here. That's probably where I would have gotten out. A little bit of consolidation, tiny little double tops. That's probably where I would have gotten out at. But apart from that, yeah. Cool. I need to, after in this break, check my internet as well to make sure that I can fix my my speech.
I
And we'll.
I like it. The 70s drive-in movie.
Yeah.
Like you said.
Exactly. I'm back. I'm back from the past. So I'm not back from the future. I'm straight from the 70s. Internet is dying, so it's all right. We're coming into the break, and I'll be able to restart my internet. So there you go.
Yeah. Yep.
Easy.
I think I've been to one drive-in movie in my life. I can't remember what title it was. U571, I think, was the movie I saw. Drive-in theater. But it's actually pretty fun to do that. But they're so scarce anymore here in the States. I don't know. Do they have drive-in theaters in Australia, Alex?
Yeah, actually, really funnily enough, there's one literally just down the road from me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're rare. There's not a whole lot of them left here in the States. They've kind of shut most all of them down. There's one about 30 minutes from where I live that I know of. But, blast from the past. Yeah, I'm going to try to find something during break, too. And nothing I have right now is getting anywhere close.
Yeah. Wait and see.
Desfortunadamente.
Ace of Trades. This GF trade is about to set up in the next 4 minutes, it's looking like. So I'm about to hop on in it. I'm going to put half my position on, wait for pull back to the 200, and then I'll put the other half on. But yeah, this is about to set up, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice. Got CAD yen also. Let's see. Yeah, we'll look at some CAD yen too. What is up with my chart? CAD yen for Nefemi there. It's dropping right along with gold. CAD yen. What have I got here? Kind of no man's land for that one too. I mean, there is a 5-minute demand clear down, but at that point we're making lower lows, lower highs. Let me see here. Let me look at this area. Okay, so we got a 5-minute demand. CAD yen's dropping into, but at this point, we're making the lower lows, lower highs. So we're kind of going counter trend if we try to take a stab at it. So maybe we could catch a move back on the way down there. Let's see what we got. We got this got a little bit of a zone up here. Potentially take a look at. Let me go up to a higher time frame real quick. Yeah, so higher high, but lower low. So we're kind of fanning out a little bit. Megaphoning in a small kind of a way on a higher time frame, of course. Let's see, 2 hours, 1 hour. Yeah, 1 hour with a strong move down. CAD yen from a fundamental perspective is neutral. Let me double check here. CAD yen. Yeah, -3. So if anything, I'd be wanting to short it. If anything. So yeah, let's see. Let's go down to a smaller time frame here. So here's our 15-minute, a little bit of a gap under that area there. What's a 5-minute look like? Yeah, pretty efficient throughout here. I don't know. That looks pretty efficient to me. I don't know if we really got a setup. There was a tiny gap here, but it got closed. Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't like it. Because if I'm looking at the smaller time frames, everything's looking pretty efficient. What's 10 minutes look like? Yeah, super, super tiny gap. I don't think I trust that. 15, 30. Yeah, I mean, clearly we have a little bit of a gap, but under this tiny zone, I'd probably just incorporate this whole thing right here. We do have a little bit of a gap, so that'd be the closest to the origin of the strong move down. Okay, you got that little bit of a gap there. You can possibly be looking, 106.81. But if you are short, or if you are looking to go short, just be aware that there is a 5-minute demand all the way down here. with a really strong volume. That would have been, I believe, the Jay Powell speech from the last go around. A lot of volume, and you see that blue dash line. So that's going to be a former point of resistance or support, I should say. So just be aware of that. That's just a couple potential things that could turn around and push price the opposite way. But yeah, if I'm looking to try to get into this market, give me a move back to here, and then just make sure you buy to cover potentially before that demand. If you're already short, yeah, just be aware that in another 10, 15 pips, you could be getting a little bit of a bounce. Now, it may not bounce and turn around, but it'll at least bounce somewhat, and then it could still drop down, right? But just be aware of that. Yeah, 106.81. I'm going to put an alert on it as well, just so I can keep an eye on it. Again, it's -3. I would prefer it to be a little bit stronger, but I'm going to keep an eye on it as well throughout the rest of the day. See what we can come up with. Yeah, that's a little bit of a potential play. Potential play on CAD yen. But with that, gents and ladies, it's 5 o'clock. It's 5:01. So we're going to take a break, and we shall return in about 15 minutes. Give you some caffeine, some Scooby snacks, smack our face around. We'll be back.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts. See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game. I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too. This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill. Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard and I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a game. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which isn't, it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. Today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. Folks. Really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. As getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play deep dance with my trainers. And just as in training, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Well, hello everybody. My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money, so I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you've caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but compete in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like you say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets, and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading, as well as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Tony, one of the futures coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 10 years ago. The early days, full of mistakes, but every loss was a lesson, and trust me, there were plenty of lessons. But here's what I realized. It's less about the perfect strategy and more about the mindset and emotional control. An example of this is cutting your losing trades and controlling your winners. Because if you don't, the proverbial train is coming and you don't want to be on the tracks when it does. That's why, as a coach, I don't just teach setups. I help traders build systems, not just on the charts, but in their heads too. Now listen, everyone wants to double their money overnight, but real growth, it comes from small, smart moves repeated over time. Be consistent and be patient. And don't be afraid to ask, because at Hola Prime, we're here to help you grow. Outside of trading, I'm big on exercise, travel, finer things. It's how I reset and remember what trading's really about. Profit? Sure. But what that profit can do for you and for others, that's what it's really about. So that's a little bit about me. Hope to see you in a session soon, and let's make some money, one trade at a time.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Paul, trading coach at Hola Prime, and this is a peek behind the scenes of who I am beyond the screens. I've been a trader for 6 years now, spanning from agricultural commodities to equity indices. My philosophy in life is to keep things simple, but not simplistic, and to seek clarity, not certainty. In the trading world, these concepts help me embrace a mindset of valuing action over doubt, staying disciplined, evolving with the markets, and maintaining self-awareness. The road to becoming a successful trader is a winding one, but with each twist is an opportunity to reflect and grow. There are no shortcuts in trading, and as a coach, it is my mission to help guide traders down a clearer path to sustainable trading. As a new trader, sometimes the thought of earnings potential can outweigh focus on what truly matters. Long-term success stems from a system of patience, resiliency, and consistency. 2 books I highly recommend that profoundly display these qualities are Mind Over Markets and Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. Outside of trading, I love going to the local beaches and golfing. They allow me to clear my head and have some fun too. Golf is a funny parallel to trade. It requires total concentration, adaptability to changing environments, and the majority of the battle is between your ears. You must have a plan to tackle each hole of the course, combined with sound mechanics to execute each shot. Comparably in trading, plans and strategies are important to build and refine, but precise execution matters equally. That's a brief bit about me. I look forward to seeing you in a live trading session soon and expanding our trading horizons together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
I'm back.
Back. We back. We back. I'm keeping a little bit of an eye on dollar yen.
Nice.
Getting a fun little bit of expansion contraction here on a contraction expansion on a 1 minute time frame. Back in, if you don't mind, flip it on over to me just for a moment. And we'll take a peeky and see what I'm looking at. So from the top, we do have a daily demand, which it's currently coming in kind of hot, but a little bit slower than it went up. Not a whole lot slower because, again, it's coming in kind of hot. But we've come down to the daily. We've come down to the 4 hour. If we go down to the 1 hour, we got a 1 hour. Go down even further. What I'm looking at is a 5 minute candle. But if I go down to a 1 minute, here's what I see. Actually, does that even show up on my master pattern? Not quite. So contraction. Come down here. So we got a contraction pattern, a contraction here. Temporary agreement in price, little wiki. But you got your move down, you got your move up, then you got your move down to collect liquidity, you got your move up to collect liquidity. So I'm just looking for, at this point, just a simple retracement down to collect even more liquidity and hop in this 5 minute zone here. See if we can't take a buy. So that is using the master pattern. Contraction, expansion, and at some point, trend. That's one thing I really like to see. But most importantly, expansion leg dropping into a small demand zone. Now, I will probably, if I get this to come down in my favor, I'll probably incorporate the whole 5 minute demand as far as a risk, as far as a stop loss. Just to give me a little bit more wiggle. Because we're only talking about 6 or 7 total pips. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the old Coach James megaphone right there. You know, just trying to get some action like that. So we'll see how that works out for a little scalpy. Dollar yen, of course, is a bullish reading. with a bullish score of a 7. So I am definitely in the trend, or in the trend. I'm sorry, I'm in the fundamental. I'm in sync with the fundamentals, what I'm trying to say. But yeah, we did hit that high time frame demand. So we'll see if we can get some type of price action here sometime over the next handful of minutes or so. But I'll let you know if that does end up hitting. And yeah, if it hits, not going to get too greedy. May just take it up to this point here, this recent point. But that'd be about 2.5 to 1, 3 to 1, something like that. So yeah, there we go. Megaphoning it.
Love it.
That was all I wanted to point out. So yeah, I will happily toss it back to you and let you know if it in fact does its thing.
Well, there's nothing over here apart from a losing trade. Just lost it. Lost it.
No,
So,
I saw.
I think.
What you think, Michael? Yeah, that was about the best I could come up with during break. I mean, I had this exact pattern play out perfectly. I think a couple weeks ago, me and Richard had gotten into it. I think it was a gold trade, but he had seen this smaller time frame. These expansion legs come out, or the megaphone pattern, depending on who you talk with about it. So we're going to see if we can't catch another one up to the upside and just trail stop it all the way up as far as it wants to go.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
I mean, I like how it's hit all those different time frames. So got several different time frames of traders hopefully jumping in here. So we'll see how it goes.
Sweet.
Yeah. Yep. Well, let me see here. Euro acting moody again. What's the vibe? Alex with the steady hand, no panic. Michael, drawing lessons patiently. Tiger, charging like a bull. Or the market giving everyone mood swings. I like that. That's your new poll question. Oh, and just to add a little more context, by the way, to the government shutdown, I know I kind of went through quite a bit of the details already, but Coach James did point out a couple of different things I didn't mention this morning. So let me just check into this real quick here. Yeah, brink of a shutdown. So I mentioned that. Current funding expires at midnight tonight, which is, of course, September 30th. Midnight Eastern Standard Time, I should say. Obviously, because of the stalled negotiations in Congress over a continuing resolution to extend funding. Republicans, Democrats are divided on issues like spending levels and policy riders. Sounds like an insurance package, huh? White House meeting yesterday ended without progress. I did mention that about Vance saying looks like we're headed for a shutdown. If it occurs, non-essential government operations would halt, affecting services like the national parks, federal employee pay, and programs for veterans, seniors, and public safety. The data blackout, and this is where it kind of focuses a little more on what we're looking at. The data blackout specifically refers to the U.S. Department of Labor, their plan to suspend all public data releases from the BLS, which of course is the Bureau of Labor Statistics, during a shutdown. So this includes Friday's highly anticipated September jobs report, which of course is our non-farm payroll, as well as the employment rate, and other key metrics like the CPI and even the JOLTS. So we'll see we'll see if we get any data here later on the JOLTS report. But the BLS would halt operations entirely, meaning data collection and surveys could be disrupted or incomplete. Markets are bracing for increased uncertainty, as this report is a major input for Federal Reserve interest rate decisions. Traders currently see over 70% odds of a shutdown via betting platforms. We've heard of them. We got like Kalshi. What's the other one? Polymarkets. Yeah, Polymarkets is another one. It's just funny. It's so funny to me how you can make bets on things like that.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
crazy.
So it goes on to point out a similar blackout during the 2013 shutdown delayed reports by weeks, leading to short-term market volatility. The S&P 500 dipped 5% peak to trough, but it did rebound 13% by the end of the year. Real-time discussions on X highlight trader concerns. The absence of this data could amplify volatility in stocks, the dollar, and assets like gold, which we've clearly been seeing. With some noting today's JOLTS report might carry outsized weight as the last pre-shutdown release. And then lastly, economists expect weak job growth of 50,000 additions and a steady 4.3% unemployment if the report comes out. But a blackout leaves everyone flying blind. So that's just a little more in-depth details from what I kind of spoke about on the outset of the show. And I know I spoke about it last night on Quiet Markets as well. But yeah, so just wanted to get a little more details out to everybody about that. Especially me, like I'm a financial, I do a lot of financial analysis, a lot of fundamental analysis. So, if I'm flying blind because I don't have the proper data, well, I'll be joining most of the rest of you as a technical trader in the interim. Just be looking at technical readings, right? Because you guys know I make all my decisions first from the fundamental analysis, and then I go to the charts. So it'll take me back to the good old days, my first 5 years or so, when all I really paid attention to was the charts. So we'll see how that goes.
See, that'll be a big blast from the past for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll be honest. As much as I love fundamental analysis, it can definitely get overwhelming at times. Thank God I got this platform, the Edgefinder, to kind of keep everything straight. But you guys see the one pager I put every day for the top setups. It simplifies it, but yeah, it's especially on the smaller time frames, it just doesn't matter as much. I still want to be in the favor of the trend. Like I'm on a 1 minute time frame here on the dollar yen, and I'm obviously way interested in this because it is a bullish reading. So, yeah, that's my training wheels, is the financial data. So looks like I might have to take off the training wheels, the proverbial training wheels, for the rest of the week if we get that shut down and we don't get accurate data out. That's all good. I'll play with the rest of you. I'll come down and just play with the technicals. So.
Yeah, you got it. We got faith in you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's all I got at the moment.
Okay. Did you want to go over that trade, Alex, and then I can do the deep dive?
I definitely can. Give me one moment. As I shall. Gosh, give me 1 second as I do this, making sure I've got everything set up. Yep, cool. All right, back end, you can chuck it over. He's already done it. He's on it. Okay, cool. So this is a loser I don't mind. I don't mind these losers. They're kind of my favorite. I'll tell you why in a moment. So we entered in. We already know that. It literally just went sideways. Hopped off this VWAP again, and I was like, okay, we're good. I'm happy with this. And then we just decided to not break through. And I was like, oh no, that's not good. We've got a solid line. There's no momentum anymore. The momentum's to the upside. And then we just went straight up and literally just pinged where my stop loss was and then came all the way back down. Now, I don't mind if you hit my stop loss, and I love it when it happens quickly. But what I really don't like is if I've just put it in the perfect position and then I saw this momentum coming down, and I said to myself, please do not come and hit profit now. Do not do that. This is something that I do not want you to do. So, yeah. Those are the trades that hurt the most when you go, hey, I could give it 2 more pips, 3 more pips, 10 or whatever it is. and then you get the win. But now that it's going up, that's fine with me. And now I won't be into this trade again. Even if it does come up, I'm like, hey, arranging, this doesn't look good. And as I said before, if you're in the higher time frames, don't even bother about this. Turns out, if you're scalping as well, don't even bother about it. Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone for tonight. But apart from that, yeah, gold's still so far off hitting the VWAP. So far off. And Euro USD decided to go straight back into the range. So we didn't break up above this area. We're now in the range. And we're so far away from anything on Euro USD. So my trades that are going on are not what I like to see. Let's have a look at the NZD USD one. Hopefully that's doing a little bit better. Is it? Oh, it's just hanging around. Just hanging around. That's all it's doing. So we'll see. It's probably just going to wait until Jolt's job opening anyway, coming out at my midnight. In which case, I'll probably just put my stop loss at break even. If it hops out, then if it goes my way, for example, great, fantastic. And if it doesn't, I've covered my brokerage fees. It's all good. There you go. Yes, I could hop out here, but for me, the way I like to play the game is let's see. I'm going to get out with what I want, or I'm going to get out with nothing at all, essentially. So, at least I'll stop myself from possibly losing as long as it hangs around here. We've obviously got 3.5 hours until we have that Jolt's job openings. I haven't usually found, off memory, it's the most crazy news. But, I mean, with news, I never want to say anything and say, it's usually not that crazy, because that's the time that any red news folder can just turn it on and then just prove me completely wrong. And that has happened to me so many times with news that I just go, hey, you're fine. You're fine. The only one that it's not the CPI, PMI, I think it is, or PPI. Usually that one I don't pay too much attention to. But everything else, I'm pretty happy just keeping away from a 10-foot pole. And even then, with the PPI, I'll still stay away from it. There's just no point. Again, I'm trading for next month and next year. You know, all of those decisions about how I look back on my time trading happen right here, right now. So I'm not trading for myself in this moment. I'm trading for Alex 6 months down the line. And you've got to think, well, in order for him to be happy, because he's the boss. He's the boss. 6 months, Alex. He's always been the boss of me. I have to make sure that I keep the man happy. So how do I do that? And right now, in this moment, I've got to trade properly. Otherwise, he is going to be very, very annoyed, because he's going to be looking at the journal that I have and go, why, in God's name, on the, what is the date today? I don't even know what it is. The 30th of the 9th. Why did you trade news? And why did you not put your stop loss to break even? That makes no sense. So, got to do it. I find that kind of like, I don't know if you guys have heard this story. Eminem, for example, treats rapping like a 9 to 5. Comes in at 9, clocks in, has an hour break, and then clocks out at 5, and he just goes, yeah. It sounds crazy, but thinking, I have to have like an internal review at the end of the month with my boss, essentially me, or in 6 months or whatever it is, always likes to keep me just that little bit of accountability to just go, okay, what's going to happen in that internal review? Am I going to get a glowing review? What am I going to get? Am I going to get in trouble? It sounds crazy, but it's self-discipline. And you got to think, like, at the end of the month, the end of 2 months or 3 months, whenever that comes up, you're going to be feeling some sort of emotion with your trading. If it's great and you've done well, awesome. Give yourself a pat on the back. Go out for a beer. I mean, that's what I do. I go out with my mates and say, great trading month, even if I didn't make that much money. Maybe on some occasions I've lost some money. Who knows? But I know as long as I execute in the long term, I look at the macro, not the micro, that my boss, aka me, is going to go at the end of the year, go, fantastic, Alex, and I can withdraw that money, I can go on that holiday, I can do that thing, and heck, I'm talking to you guys through a computer right now. I click a few buttons, that's my job. Like, how good is this? And the only way that I get to keep this job is if at those internal reviews I've traded well. Otherwise, guess what happens? I go back to being a trader that doesn't make any money. So that's my little gift to you guys.
Yep.
That's
so true.
That's the best.
That's so true. Got to treat it like a job that it is, not just a hobby. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put in the time.
They say, say you got to treat it like a business. You know, it goes over a lot of people's heads, but it's like, no, like people who succeed and really win at this, you know, are the people who do treat it like a business. This isn't I'm not coming into my office and sitting down, AKA going to the casino. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm treating this seriously like a business. For me, this is. I'm sure for you guys too, right? Like, this is what got me here. Like how you just said, the only way that I get to keep this lifestyle here in Mexico and be able to continue to do what I do is to continue to run the business the right way, right? This is what got me here. I'm going to stay here, and it's all about scaling from here. But that review, you know, if you don't do it right, dude, you can lose all of this, right? It's the easiest, hardest thing ever.
Yeah. That's a great way to put it.
Look,
the easiest, hardest
doing
thing.
Exactly what you've been doing. That's it. Keep doing exactly what you've been doing. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. I mean, guys, if you look at it just in terms of the lives that I've hopped onto in the last 2 weeks, you know, profitable Monday, Tuesday, Monday, and yeah, I've taken on this loss and I've lost 1% through here. Doesn't faze me because I traded well. I traded well previously, and that means that I get to keep trading for another day, for another week, and because of compound interest, heck, this is one of the best jobs in the world. Because if you do this right, you're in such a different position than where you were a year ago. Like, it can be, what can happen a year in this job is so unbelievable how quickly it can move. But yeah, you've only got one employee. It's you. So you gotta be on top of it. That's it. No one else is making you press those buttons. Like, as I say to people, you know, who, how should I put it, have trouble. Oh, you want to take over?
Yeah, we can. I got this alert going off.
Go for
this
it.
Is on UF.
Go for it.
Let's see. UF? Oh, okay. Not bad. So, yeah, I see what's going on here. I was like, wait, why did I put an alert on UF? That don't make sense, but actually it does. It makes plenty of sense. This is setting up. This is the same exact setup from last week that I took on. And my iPad died, guys, so I can't see the chat. So let me know if you got any questions or anything.
Yeah.
Well, cool. So, right, we got the 5,200 cross. I know this is level 2 long. And I'm looking for that W pattern off this 200. And what do we have? We got the first leg being put in. And the second leg has been put in. Now I just want this to close up here. Now, the only thing about this one is I don't want it to close right there because this is way too close. I would need it to close above this, right? And at that point, maybe R to R doesn't make sense. So this might not, see, this really wouldn't be the best. What I would have to do if I did take this, price would need to close above here, and then I would need to get a nice pullback, right, to somewhere around here. Then I could take this trade. But right now, this is not, the R to R wouldn't be perfect. So, but yeah, we got everything else that we need. We got the reload in here, right? We got outside the band right here. We got this one inside the band. This is looking really nice. Could probably even take this in New York. Right, let's see. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
800's a mile away.
Yeah, this one in this case, I would just, so we don't have 4-hour confirmation just yet, so I couldn't take this until this candle closed anyway for another 2 hours and 20 minutes. But still, is setting up to be a nice trade. Right.
Yeah.
Once again, I do need just to close above here, and I'll just have to pull back. If it closes above here and there's no pullback, there's no trade. I wouldn't risk more than I wouldn't backwards like that, right? So around here be 3/4, so risking $1 to make 73 cents. It's just not it, right? I want to see it close up there and again pull back here. So at least it's 1.25. Then I would take it. So you have to look at nice. I need to remember to look at this in the next few hours.
Get your alert. Remember to look at this.
Yeah. So cool. I'll get into the deep dive in a second here, but GF is doing great right about. Oh, not great, but it's doing okay.
Moving
a
a
little bit. Yeah, just a little. It's only $50 right now. But yeah, I am in. My field price is at 19. So where's 19? Yep. So exactly right where we got this line at. So yeah, not too bad. We'll see what it does. I will not do anything. I'll put my strings on here. Once it gets to this price, I would move my stop loss to break even. Yeah, I'm moving there. If it comes back down here, I would want to know. So it's like to put this little alert saying, hey, this thing's coming back. Make sure you pay attention to that. And then, of course, I like to put this alert on here as well. And I always say this, when I put these alerts on here, I don't have to look at this anymore. This is my reasoning behind doing it. It's going to do whatever it needs to do. It helps me not be like, oh, what's the price? What's the price? Is it close? Is it far? You know, it just kind of helps me not even pay attention to it. It's going to hit one of these alerts. And when it does, you know, then I'll know. Hopefully it hits this one, right? Then I'll just come on over, move my stop loss to break even. Then I'm really good to go. I really wouldn't even look at it anymore after that. Then I got me an alert set for, an alarm set for 3:55 Eastern. I'll close it, you know, because I don't want to do the session changeover, but that's about it. Other than that, I will let this thing go. All right, so.
Sweet.
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks for calling this out, bringing this to my attention, Ace of Trades.
Yep.
Right, he brought it. So cool. With that being said, I'll go ahead and jump into the deep dive here. And we can get into some charts. Right. So cool. I believe most people know like the process here, but if you don't for whatever reason, let me know and I'll answer some questions. Kind of how I drew up earlier, guys. Again, I'm really just worried about this little cycle here, and I'm just trying to capitalize on those two areas, right? Be it to the downside or to the upside. It's the same thing when it's just invert, right? It's looking to take these break and retest areas, right? So it breaks this level, retests this first level. I'm all over it right here. Same thing here. The price breaks this level, comes back, retests it. I'm all over it right here. Right, so I'm always asking myself, where am I in this cycle? If I'm in peak high, it's a pass. If I'm in peak low, it's a pass. As long as I'm in level one, anywhere in this area, that's what I'm looking to take. Right, so quick scenario there. Let's see, what does this look like? Okay, cool. So I see why I got this alert here. So if you can see, now this thing has just been running up, but if you look right here, you can see that this is the very time price with a 5,200 cross, and price has not touched the 200 at all until right here. Right, we do got this half a back structure, right? Got something like this. closed above, ran up. This would have been a nice move. Could have easily took that. Right, we had the reload. The reload happened in here. You had outside the band. By the time you took this one over here, this one was inside the band. So you were good to go. Outside the band, inside the band. So this was a nice move to the upside. The next move after that is the bounce off the 50. I always say first move is off the 200. The next move is off the 50. So I'm expecting this to bounce off this area and continue higher. Right, so I am level 2 long, looking for the master level 2 money trade on NAS 100. So I'm level 2 longs here, guys.
Money.
Right. You see how that pans out. Next up is US 30. Now I'm not really feeling US 30. Because there is so many hits to the 200. Got one there. Another one there. Got another one here. All right, you got so many. This is the exact opposite of NAS 100. I just pointed out NAS 100 had one hit. When we had the 5200 cross all the way back here, none of these candles, bodies of the candles, right, touched the 200 until over here, right? One good time, and that was it. This is totally fine to take, right? But US 30, on the other hand, way too many hits. So this is done. I wouldn't touch US 30 at all. Next up, we got S&P 500. So kind of the same thing here as NAS 100. All right, we got this 5200 cross here. So I know this is level 2 long. Now, although this price did touch this here, this does not count. Reason being is if you look at the TDI, the market baseline is above the static. There's no reload. So this is nothing. Nothing. Right. And again, same here. This equals wicks. So this is nothing either. The move is right here. All right. Now this is an ugly one. So you wouldn't take this. Right. But I'm still predicting that the next move in the cycle is to bounce off the 50 back to the upside. All right. So same exact thing here. Looking for that level 2 money trade.
Money shot.
Yep. All right, so level 2 longs on S&P. Get into the metals, precious metals. Yeah, obviously gold is is on a rampage. This thing is so high I can't touch it. Like, I don't even have a move on.
It's cheeched and chonged.
Yes, way back here, and yeah, this thing's been up. So I haven't been able to get back in it. This will need to come all the way back down and give me some type of structure like this to take it back to the upside. All right, which probably will, I'm sure it'll happen, but when, we don't know. So I can't touch it until it comes off the 200. I'll leave it alone until then. Next up, silver. Same thing with silver, guys. This one is ridiculously high too. Right, so I want to see the same type of style, same movement. All right, level 2 longs on silver as well. Crude, we went over this one earlier today, right? Looking for M's, half bats, head and shoulders pattern off this 200 level. Right, we got the peak up here. 5200 is going across shortly. Just looking for something to the downside, taking this back down and squeeze out a nice 2 3/4 by risking 1. I'll take that. This is not bad at all.
You can't spell
level 2.
Can't spell crude without rude.
Right, crude.
There you go.
Right. That's
Rude,
right. It
rude
owes me
oil.
my money. Owes me back my money. I'll get it back.
Yep. Oh yeah, be sure. Sweet. Oh yeah, so we went over this one a little bit earlier too, right? Just want to kind of hang back on Bitcoin for a second, let it kind of do its thing a little bit. 5,200 is just about to cross, right? So we are not officially in level 2 long, but close. And then I'll be waiting for some type of structure like this, guys. Some W structure or something off this 200 level back to the upside. Right, so nearly level 2 longs on Bitcoin. Next up is Ethereum. So I know you went over this a little bit earlier with your strategy, Alex.
I did.
For me, kind of something like Bitcoin, right? I just want to see the same thing. Some type of W structure going back to the upside. Now, I just added these on here, Ripple and Ethereum. So I don't have too much data on it just yet. So I'm more or less monitoring these, but I will buy them to the upside. I'm not shorting them just like I wouldn't short Bitcoin. But if this sets up to the upside, I'll gladly take it. Right, so Ethereum for me, level 2 longs, guys.
Ether.
And I surmise that Ripple is the same. Yeah, these look pretty much identical. Right, so we got this, same 5,200 cross here. Right, to the upside. And same thing. I'm just looking for some type of W structure back to the upside. Now, once price got to this 800, my stops will be at break even, just in case it bounces off of it. Right, but one market baseline going below the static for the reload, and that'll look something to the upside like this. Right, something like this. Cool. So level 2 longs as well on XRP. And getting into the Forex pairs here. Cool. So yeah, just how I went over earlier, EU as well. EU is one of my favorite setups for the day because it is missing one thing to go ahead and short this bad boy, which would be the close. Right, looking for level 2 shorts. Right, we already have our reload, as I pointed out earlier, so we're good to go on that front. We got a little outside the band. This next one looks like it's inside the band, so everything is good. Just want to see this close below this level for the M off the 200 to the downside. Barely a 1-for-1, so you got to kind of see what it looks like, but just barely. Yeah, if this sets up to the downside, would definitely be interested. All right, so level 2 shorts on EU. EJ. All right. So you get some money back from both of them.
You're gonna get it back. Oh, show. Gonna get it back.
Right. So level 2 short on EJ. We're finna have a 5,200 cross. Next move in that cycle would be to give us that M structure back to the downside. All right, market baseline going back above the static for the reload. And that move to the downside will look something like this. Not bad. Yeah, this is nearly a 2-for-1, so not bad at all, actually. Level 2 shorts on EJ. You guys hear that?
Yeah, it sounds like Cicadas. Sound like
I don't know.
Figured somebody had
okay.
some
Guess it-
bugs.
Cool. Moving on. EN's really, really high. In fact, it definitely needs to come down. Yeah, so we see we got the fresh 5,200 cross here. So we know we're in level 2 short. Right. Price, as you can see, has not touched the 200 at all. So what's next? Of course, is the W off the 200. This needs to come down, give us some type of structure that way. Market baseline is already pointing below the static for the reload. All right, so I'll take this to the upside. So I want to see something like this. All right, nice, nearly 2.5. So level 2 longs on E. Let's let this thing come. EC. That's lame. EC is the one that we took earlier that just bumped me out, but whatever. This was supposed to be going to the upside like this. All right. Once again, we had our 5,200 cross.
Never figured out why it bumped you out.
Nope. I have no idea. I have no idea. Literally 1 minute later.
That is crazy.
All right, so let's see. Level 2 longs. Cool. So yeah, level 2 longs on EC. I wouldn't touch this at this point. It kind of was far away, and that was weird in itself. So I don't know. I'm on to the next one with EC. I don't want to deal with that.
Well, I did that last week. I did that last week when I was trying to get into a trade. I messed it up 2 straight times, and one of the times because I just kept getting my digits entered wrong. So I selected a for one, I selected a take profit that was a mile up in the air, and then on the other one, I selected a stop loss that was like a pip or two away. So I wonder if you did the same thing I did. Just typo.
Yeah. So you know what's funny? It's funny that you even said that because I just jumped in it and I want to give the rationale, and I didn't even set a TP, which is the weird part. So maybe it was a TP on there already. That was just 5 pips away or something. I don't know.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah. Something weird. All right, so whatever. EC's done. I'm passing on this one at this point.
You're over it.
I am.
That might be a omen, right? Omen to stay away from it.
Right. So EG, we talked about this one too, but yeah, same thing. This one's level 1 short, right? Let me change this actually. Put L1 short. Right, so this one's pretty close, to be honest. I just don't like the fact that the market baseline is pointing back to the upside. This will mess around and not even set up, and it'll end up being a pass. But as of right now, it is level 1 short. Right, so I'll still monitor this when I got my alerts set here too.
Michael, it's been a month. It's been a month.
Yeah.
So doesn't it owe you a monthly interest rate now at this point for money that it stole from you? You have to start charging monthly interest on euro pound.
Taking forever. Right. Give me my money back plus interest at this point.
Plus interest. That's a good one.
Top of the list. Hold on to this. As soon as that thing set up, right there, give me my money back.
much interest.
Right. Cool. So again, I spoke earlier. EA was great last week to the upside. However, this week we have the 5200 cross to the downside at this point. All right, so we are now level 2 shorts. So I just want to see price do something like this. All right. Back to the downside. Market baseline need to go above the static for that reload. All right, and then that'll look something like this to the downside. All right, so something like this. Level 2 shorts on EA. Pretty simple one. GU. Okay, so GU, as you can see, this one's a bit funky, but this is the importance of knowing where you are in the cycle. I always pointed this out. We got the 5200 cross to the downside, so level 2 shorts. If you look, price has not touched the 200 at all. Not one bit. Not even wicks. All right, so what's next? Wow. We still want to see this M structure off this 200 back to the downside. All right, market baseline is already above the static for the reload, which is good. Just let it continue to do it. Go up a little bit higher because it needs to touch the 200 with some bodies. All right, not just some wicks, with some bodies. And
put a body on.
Right, and that'll look something like this. Back to the downside. All right. So level 2 shorts on GU. GJ price action has been hideous for the past few weeks. So I'm not too interested in this one. All right, but we are level 2 short at this point. All right, and just like the other ones, I want to see price come back up, give us some structure off of this level to the downside. Market baseline going back above the static for the reload. And that move will look something like this to the downside. All right. Level 2 shorts. Again, price would need to close below this 800 EMA. So you got a nice clear run after that. Right, so level 2 shorts on GJ. GA is a pass altogether. This has way too much going on. Right, we got this little thing, this thing.
M&M.
This is nothing. Right.
Got a lot of M&Ms. Chocolatey mess.
This is nothing.
I'll be back in a couple minutes, Jen.
All right. GC.
All good. Easy done.
Yeah. GC we were looking at earlier today. Right. Slight. I picked EC over GC. Now we'll bump me out. Now this one sitting in the same little spot. So we'll just leave this one alone. All right. I'm already in GF, so I'll let this one go. GN is not bad at all. It's got some work to do. I can tell easily that this is the peak high. Right, and that cycle that I always draw out, this is peak high. And then I just want to see this 1350 EMA cross. So I know that I am in level 1 short. All right. And then from there, I just want to see price do something like this. Come down a little bit, miss this 200 EMA, come back up to retest that zone, and then drop. Right? And I will be all over the move here. This will be my sweet spot. Okay, so that'll look to the downside, something like this. This one's a little bit hard to draw up, but still it'll look something like this. Right? and the market baseline would be below the static at this point. No reload because this isn't a MRW off the 200. All right, so just level 1 shorts right now on GN. GF, the one that we are in right now, I gave the rationale behind it already. All right, we had our peak low over here. All right, PL for peak low. Then we had the 1350 cross here. So we know we are in level 1 long. All right. And we're just looking for price to run up how it's done, bounce off this 50, and continue to the upside. We'll exploit this move. All right, all the way up here. This would be a really nice one if it can actually go. All right, so level 1 long on GF. USD CAD, I wrote this one up already. All right, 5,200 cross to the downside. We're in level 2 longs. Just looking for that W structure off the 200 so we can take it back to the upside. All right, with the reload, of course. And then UF, I got to remember to take, or to look at rather, in the next 50 minutes. So we'll see what that looks like. Oh, actually, we got news. We got news at 10.
Yep.
Yeah, we got news at 10. Okay, so maybe I won't. I won't be taking that at 10. I have to see what happens. So yeah, we'll let that one do its thing. We'll be patient with that one. We'll see what happens after 10. Cool. Next up is UJ. UJ was awesome last week, as I mentioned. This was the trade of the week for me last week. All right, beautiful trade. This week, we are in, as you can see, the 1350 cross here, back to the downside. So you know you are level 1 short. All right, level 1 short. And looks like we're about to get this 50 and a 200 to cross. So at that point, we will be level 2 short. All right, once we get to level 2 shorts, we will be looking for that move off the 200 back to the downside. This one might be too short. The R to R might be off. So you kind of got to see what it'll look like on the hard right edge. But that move will look something like this. A nice 1 1/4 looks like. So just be careful with this one. It's a little tight. UJ level shorts. Next up, we got AUD CAD. AUD CAD is really easy to see. Why? We have a first 5,200 cross to the upside, so we know we are level 2 long. All right, and we're just looking for this thing to come on down, give us some type of structure off the 200, back to the upside. Market baseline going below the static for the reload. And to the upside, that move will look something like this. All right, nice, nearly 2 for 1. Probably just at 2 for 1, maybe a little bit more. So not bad at all. Next up is NU. Oh, NU looks really funny. Yeah, I will leave this one alone. This one just looks too weird. Need more like a real move off of this one. Like something like that. And that'll look something like this to the upside. But yeah, this one was pretty funky. I'll just probably leave it alone. So yeah,
Monkey
Nothing on NU like that one too much. Same thing with NZD actually. Right. Something like that. And yeah, some type of move looks like this. I'll be interested in, but they both look ugly. I wouldn't touch either one. AU next up. We got this. It hasn't happened yet, as you can see, but that will be next up for the 5200 cross. So we know we're in level 2 long. And just want to see price come back down, give us some type of structure off the 200 like that. Market baseline above the, going below the static for the reload. And then that move will look like this to the upside.
Yeah, dollar yen, come back.
Kind of caught in the middle with these two, but so far it's kind of level 1 long here. Next up is AUDCHF. This one's easy to see. We got this 5200 cross to the upside. All right, level 2 long. And just come on down and back up, back to the upside. Market baseline going below the static for the reload.
15 minutes. 5 minutes.
So I want to see something like this on AUDCHF. Not bad. This is a 2 for 1. This will work out great.
What's up with that funky wick we got on all these Aussie pairs?
Yeah. Interesting to say the least. Be careful with it. Make sure there's no trap volume.
Must be the presser. Well, no, the press conference was at 1:30 a.m. Eastern.
You watch out for it.
Yep. Watch out for the wick.
This 52 on EF. So if you want to see this same exact thing, we got a lot of trades in level 2. All right, market baseline going below the static, back above for that reload. This one's will be a little bit different. We want to see it close above this 200, like I always mention. All right. Okay, so this is still good enough space. We're just going to make $1.75, so that's not bad either. So EF level 2 longs. CAD yen is easy to see. We got a fresh 5200 cross to the downside. All right, so we know we are level 2 long. I'm sorry, short. L2 short. All right, and then I'm price to come back up here. Give me some type of structure off this area here. Market baseline going above the static for the reload. And that'll look something like this. All right, level 2 short on CAD yen. FJ, same thing. We got this super fresh cross, 5200 cross to the downside. All right, so we are level 2 short. Next, want to see price come back up. Give me that M structure off the 200. Come down to the 8. Market baseline above the static for the reload. And that move looks something like this.
Oh, man.
Nice. Nearly 3 for 1. Not bad. So level 2 shorts on FJ. CAD Swiss. This one looks funky. I would leave this one alone. It's like really low and funky looking. So this is a pass for me altogether. AUD NZD, my arch nemesis. This is super high.
Yeah.
I don't want to touch this.
The funky wick.
Need to do something like this, and I'll be interested in the move back to the downside. Right. So for me, nothing on AN. This is a pass. AJ. Oh, AJ is not bad. I can take AJ in Asia. All right, we got this fresh 5,200 cross. So I know I am double two longs. And I'm looking for some type of W structure off this 200, which I see right here. All right. Get a close above. This might not end up going too well because of the R to R, but let's still measure it and see. Yeah, you might could do something like this. Oh nope, this doesn't work. This is a pass. So never mind on AJ. This is a pass. R to R doesn't work out.
No,
and then lastly, NJ is way too low. This is peak low for me. This will need to do some type of move like this and then come up. Right? And I'll be interested in the move here. Yeah. Right. So this is a pass at the moment. This is peak low. And I don't trade the peak lows. And that'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. I can take a look at this GF trade. Looks like it's coming back. I do have a pending order sit on here, so I'm debating if I'm going to take it off or not. I got a pending order sitting right here. We'll see. I'll let it get a little bit closer. Matter of fact, let me set an alert just to say check this out or something.
Check it out, 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 check it out.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for the. Whoops, I'm not going to do that. That'll do it for the deep dive.
Sweet, sweet.
Very nice.
Yeah. Let's see. Yep. So it's still got a little bit of bouncing around on this thing. Let's see. Yep. Here don't want to act right. Yeah, we'll see. We'll just leave it alone and see how it goes, what it does. Definitely just want to. Let's see. I'm in that. I forgot already. My field price is 19. Okay, 19. I accidentally erased my my string here. Okay, boom. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty much done. Pass it over to one of you guys. See if you got anything over there.
Okay.
Oof. Yeah, 19. Yep. Okay, cool. Wait. What just
Yeah.
happened?
Yeah, still nothing at the moment. I mean, I was watching that dollar yen, but it seems like it is so far obeying the higher time frame demand that it dropped into. I was trying for that kind of second chance pullback with the megaphone pattern there, but so far it looks like it's wanting to just move on up. So I may be missing out on this trade after all. Like a 1 minute time frame, and I'm still missing out. Go ahead though for just a moment, back end if you would. Just go ahead and flip it on over to me just for a couple charts I was going to point out. Yeah, so that's that dollar yen idea. It's just looks like it's trying to make that up move, so I may end up missing out on this pullback after all. But no sweat, my pet. It's on to the next one. I was hoping it would do it rather soon, staying within the confines of this kind of expansion leg idea, but it looks like it may have already caught the quote-unquote trend leg on this tiny time frame, right? So, but other than that, I was paying attention to everything else this morning when we started the day. Everything else except for the dollar Swiss, which was a +7. So just to recap on this, 2-hour demand it bounced into. And again, I was kind of looking at this as like a second chance pullback. 5-minute demand down here. Sure enough, dropped in perfect. Ran up without me. I didn't have an alert set. I think I had an old alert on there. Yeah. I had an alert that expired, so I didn't refresh it. You see it right there. Stopped, expired. So basically, on the beach, and it ran off and left. Yeah, I hate these moral victories. Don't pay enough. Sunny beaches, yeah. 6 pips. We'll call it 7 pips with a stop. 7, 14, 21, 28, almost a 4-1.
Just
Rub my nose in it, why don't you? Rub my nose in it. So anyway, I don't know. Is there anything else I was keeping an eye on at the moment? Aussie dollar did bounce into that overhead supply. So I'd like to see this thing go a little higher. I do have a smaller time frame zone buried inside of this 4-hour. I'm going to see what happens. Now, we got that funky wick that I just mentioned earlier with all the Aussie pairs. So that may throw a slight wrench in it. Pretty dang good volume on that little wick. This little wick down here. Let's go all the way down to a 1 minute for a minute. Let's take a look at this volume right here. So there was the strongest volume on the down move there. And yeah, these next couple candles were just as, well, not as strong, but a lot smaller. So yeah, we have kind of bounced in to that higher, to the 4-hour supply. So I mean, it touched it and then dropped, but now it's retracing. So I'm going to keep an eye. This will definitely be a prove it to me type of a trade idea. Aussie dollar giving me a nice score on the edge finder. So see if we can get some type of RSI divergence on some of these smaller time frames and just a simple bounce into price for possible sales. So we'll see if we can get that. And then I'd probably just keep it conservative and put my stop loss above the higher time frame zone like that. Maybe a little more wiggle room. Something like that.
Fix that guy.
Yeah.
Well, good.
Yeah, that's what I'd probably be looking at there. Yeah, because both the Aussie dollar, the Euro dollar, the pound dollar, and the New Zealand dollar, all 4 of those dollar pairs had a zone right in this area. And it just shot through every single one of them. So yeah, dollar weakness, right? It's kind of the common theme right now. So at this point, if I take a dollar-denominated currency pair where it's the quote currency, which means it's the second currency in the pair, or even all the other ones, definitely going to be verifying these things right now. Since I got burned yesterday on euro dollar, it's going to have to prove itself to me. There's not going to be any just engulfing type candles only. I'm going to be making sure that it gives me that break of structure, that proper break of structure to the opposite side, and then a pullback. So again, that'll be that I messed it up. Let's just do it down here. Let's go down to the 15 real quick. Here, let's redraw this. So come into my zone. Break a structure, and then pull back. Definitely going to be a little bit picky on these dollar-denominated pairs right now with all the government shutdown noise going on. So yeah, but yeah, get a break of structure like so. Let's get this out of the way since we already know we were in the higher time frame zone. But yeah, break a structure. And then ideally, if I had it my way, like to see price bounce into another supply, like a smaller time frame supply. That's what I would really like to see for me to be interested in shorting or really getting any of these dollar denominated pairs. So fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Right?
Yep.
All right. Just keeping a look at the dollar, at the German DAX too. So something a little more. It's definitely a bearish score on this. It's just a little on the neutral side. I think it's a -4, -3. So I do kind of love this index just because we do have a 4-hour inside of a daily supply up here. And that's pretty. I like that. It's at the higher end of the curve. If I'm looking at swing high to swing low, actually I need to adjust this now that I look at it. Let's just redraw it. Get a fresh look at it. What did I do? 4-hour was it? It was 4-hour. Get this read real quick. Yeah. Yep. Higher end of the curve. I'm just looking at this 4-hour swing high. Now, I mean, it's subjective. I mean, I could always go to the top, but I'm choosing to look at this on a 4-hour time frame right now. Because I got all this chop action in the middle. That's as easy as it. That's as sideways chop as it gets. So 4-hour time frame makes that picture look pretty good because that's the choppy. That's the middle. That's the diddle. The diddle middle.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got my alert set up there. Gosh, dollar yen. Couldn't you have come back on me? I mean, I'll still keep an eye on it. If it comes down to the zone, I won't be as excited because that would mean it'd be a sharper drop. I was liking the drop if it would have dropped, from this area here. But that's a little bit higher, which means it's going to cause a little more momentum going down. I'm incorporating the whole 5-minute demand to begin with, but I do have the 2 1-minute candles within there. So, yeah, stop loss obviously would go below all this nonsense here. But I still like it because, again, it did bounce into these higher time frame zones. So really loving the confluences. Just got to get my price point. I cannot jump into FOMO and be hopping in up here. Got to get my discount.
Yep.
Let's see, where was oil at? Oil, yeah, same thing. It's trying to run away from my entry there as well. Pound yen. Let's see here. Yeah, so that's quite a ways away. What's a smaller time frame look like? What's a smaller time frame look like? Yeah. Kind of wicky. Hit the higher time frame supply. Let's go back to my 1 hour. And we'll keep, you know what? We can keep an eye on this little spot here. Pretty sharp decline from there. So I'm going to move my alert down here on this steeper momentum drop. So, yeah, for context, we hit the higher time frame supply. It's respecting that supply. It's on the way down. So now we just try to find a little bit of a pullback. So we'll see if we can get that, get a pullback to this origin of this strong down move here. Something like that. Take it down to the low point there. Buy the cover. That'll probably be the new target alert for pound yen. Yeah, as far as the US 30. Did we drop into that? I missed it again. I missed another one. So I didn't. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. To be candid, I probably wouldn't have taken it anyway, because for me to want to get into this trade, I would have wanted to see price action come up and close above this supply right here, because that would have shown me that this would have had more strength. If it's bouncing into a supply and then retracing, that's not as attractive to me. Now, having said that, it very well still could work out. But, I'm not even upset because I thought at first it had went through, but it didn't. So it didn't do what I wanted. It didn't prove the strength to see. So if this turns around and goes up, say la vie, it didn't fit my rules. No. I was looking at the line I drew thinking that's where price went. So never mind. But I didn't put an alarm yet. I didn't put an alarm because I needed to see this happen. Had I seen this happen, then I would have put my alert down here for this demand. So yeah, at this point, that's a wash. But say la vie. Hopefully somebody made some money on that. Nazi, kind of the same thing. I mean, I got a little bit of a 5-minute demand here, but the same thing. I got to see price break some of these highs before retracing, just to try to scalp a few pippies out of it. A few pipettes, right? So we'd be basically looking at that right there. But at this point, it's went up 3 candles and kind of already gotten lazy, so that may be enough reason to be turned off from that, to be quite honest. So I'm not even going to fool with an alert unless it just makes a big spike up and I see it, and then I'll look for a retracement. What did the 1 minute look like, just for context? The 1 minute looks a tiny bit better. I didn't really get much of a gap, though, so yeah, I'm going to ignore that as well. I just don't feel it. I mean, I kind of like that it that it went above this high point, but I would have preferred it to go over a couple high points there. Yeah, no thanks. Going to be picky. These are all trades I used to take all the time when I was in my early years, but I don't take them anymore because I've seen too many failures. Got to get the breaks of structure, a proper one, not just a measly one like this, right? Give me a better break of structure. So that's pretty well that one. Aussie dollar. I think I already kind of went over this one. Got my alerts up here. New Zealand Swiss. We already bounced into this supply. That supply dropped price pretty decent for about almost a 2-to-1. We're now trying to retrace to this smaller time frame. I don't know that I'm going to be interested in it. It's too small. Don't really have a lot of higher time frame confluence on this thing, but I mean, I do like the fact that the 15-minute zone had a pretty steep drop and broke a triple bottom. So I think that's why I put the alert there to begin with. It broke it and closed, but then kind of retraced and just kept going. So I'll still keep an eye on it. That was my original drawing here, so just need to start seeing some manipulation going on, which it looks like we are getting a little bit of manipulation down here on the smaller time frame. Some higher highs, lower lows, that kind of thing. Confirmation, though. Again, not really getting a higher time frame zone. It's more of the 15 or lower. So prove it to me. 1 minute time frame, break of structure, plus potential short on that one with a bite of cover down in this area here. Potential. So that's New Zealand Swiss, CAD Swiss, supplies up here. Already bounced into a demand. It's wicked through it though. So this is what I like to see, and this is why I didn't like that, the Dow just a minute ago. We had a supply here that was strong enough to wick all the way through this 4-hour demand. So here's a 4-hour demand, and we got a smaller time frame supply. So that smaller time frame supply wicked all the way through the higher time frame demand. That's what I like to see right there. Now I wish it would have closed under it, to be honest. Let's see what it looked like on the smaller time frame. Yeah, that's good. I think it just wicked through. Okay. So it didn't really get a close, but nevertheless, this supply was strong enough to take out this demand. So I liked it. That makes me a little more interested in taking this supply right here. So we're getting a little bit of sideways chop. Just give me like a simple move up here. And then we'll be interested in a possible short. Wasn't the strongest momentum move down, but strong enough to take out a demand. So that gave it an extra brownie point for me, basically. A little bit extra of a brownie point. And then we got obviously a higher supply up here just in case this doesn't work out. So got a few options. Look at this. I got 1 supply, 2 supply, 3 supply, 4 supply. Got all kinds of options. Obviously that higher one's a daily with I think a 15-minute inside of it. So it's going to be closer to this higher time frame origin of this strong drop. So obviously that would be one of the higher probability ones, but pretty strong downtrend as it is. See if we can't catch a few pips off of this one, if and when it happens to return to price. So that was CAD Swiss. Pound CAD. I don't even remember what Pound CAD was giving me. Pound CAD. Yeah, bullish score of a 6. 1 hour demand. I think we also had a 4 hour. No, I guess it was a 30-minute or 15 or something. 5 minute? The hell demand zone did I have here? Okay, 5 minute. So 1 hour, 5 minute. Kind of a funky combination, but quite a bit of volume in and around that basing action. So leads me to believe we might have a possible play there. Pretty sharp move up. Got lazy though around this resistance point, so that's going to be a -1. That's going to take a brownie point away, but it did eventually kind of gather itself and close above these highs. So I'll start keeping an eye on it. Definitely a prove it type of trade here.
All right,
you're looking at something like that. Not a whole lot of limit order opportunities right now. There really ain't. Meaning I need about everything to prove itself, all because of the shutdown threats. Pound CAD.
Yeah.
Aussie, New Zealand. That funky wicks that I was pointing out earlier. Yeah, that's just kind of funky. That's all funky. Probably just pass this one all together. I don't think I'm digging it. I'm just not digging it. Yeah, I'm trying. If I'm digging into 2-minute and 3-minute time frames, that means I'm trying to dig too hard to find something that likely ain't there, right? I mean, I do have a demand down here. I got a strong demand all the way down here, but yeah, no thanks. No thanks. I don't even think I like this demand anymore. Yeah, I'm deleting this demand. I have a smaller time frame demand in here, but I was more interested in this when price was like right in this area. But I just pushed it out, and now we kind of went sideways for another 36 hours after I put in that initial. So that's just weak. It eventually moved up, but not because of this demand. So at this point, I am deleting this alert. And probably just going to delete the zone itself too, because I'm not too interested in it anymore. Ain't interested unless we get a much deeper pullback to this zone all the way down here. May take a while. Unless it drops quick, and then I'd be looking for that manipulation pattern I like to draw. So that's where I sat with Aussie New Zealand. Pound New Zealand's going to look similar. Do having a little bit higher time for a different higher on the curve demand. Probably going to ignore it. Not really getting a strong gap. I know I kind of went over it earlier. It did touch the higher time frame demand. But I just, yeah. It's too wicky. There's too many wicks. I think I'm going to be more interested moving down here. Probably won't come down here anytime soon. I do have an alert above that 4 hour demand there. Yeah, this is going to be a super, super prove it to me type trade, which I likely will probably skip. But as always, I like to gather information. We did have a little bit of a former resistance over here, to be fair. to this opportunity. So I'll still want to keep an eye on it just to see. But there's plenty of other alerts on here that are going to be way better than pound New Zealand, except for the fact that it is the second bullish score at a +9. So, I think that's why. And now that I think about it, that's why I'm even paying attention to it. That's the only reason I'm paying attention to it, because it's a score of a 9. It's a very bullish score. So it very well could just run off and leave me. And I highly doubt it's coming down here anytime soon. So, okay. All right. Well, at first I was like, why the hell did I put a zone that high up? But I forgot it was because of the score. There's one thing going against the pound New Zealand bullish bias, and that's the unemployment rate. That's it. The unemployment rates between the two countries. But everything else is given pretty good scores. So,
right.
Dollar CAD, which is the highest score, +14. I may have to latch onto this somewhere high up as well. I mean, I've got my favorite zone is just to wait for it, but okay, so it's kind of balancing out. Maybe we get some double, triple bottoms here at some point. Let's pull this out over here. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of getting that basing action. So, let's just get a little bit more manipulation on here. Let's see. Let's do something like this. Okay, there's a higher high. There's a higher high there. I still need some lower lows. Actually, at this point, we've already had some higher highs. It's hitting that overhead former resistance point way back when. So as far as I'm concerned, it could just come straight down. I'll be interested in jumping into a trade at that point. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Nice. It's already getting that basic, that wiki up action, taking a little bit of liquidity, Not a whole lot. I mean, it hasn't really went that far. Actually, I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to do this. Come up, tap into these, tap into some of these wicks, and then come down. That's what I would probably prefer to see. Something like that. Because this way we'd be taking out this liquidity right in here, which is obviously going to be sell orders since, I said that backwards. I'm sorry. That's buy orders. For these short sellers in this area, they're going to be buying to cover up here, taking a small loss. Buy orders is what the sellers need to fill their orders. The banks come down, collect this liquidity down here, which will be sell orders, of course. But the sell orders right there, pretty much in the proximal line of the demand zone. Sell orders fuel the bank's buy orders as well as unfilled orders for a push up. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see right there. And then I'll be comfortable taking the dollar. Very strong momentum move up. Yeah, I like it. I just need to see a little.
We got the same take on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same take.
Yeah. We're looking for pretty much the same area.
And I mean, under normal circumstances, I would probably make this a more of a full position if it weren't for the dang shutdown. I mean, it is a little higher up on the curve, but it's also the strongest. So, yeah, I'm just going to stick with a little bit smaller risk on it. But I do like it. That's my favorite setup. Now, New Zealand, we went over Zag nuts, silver.
Love it.
Yeah, not a whole lot new on this. Just basically want to see a simple drop to the 4-hour demand inside of a daily. 4-hour inside of a daily, my favorite confluence. Just come down a little bit lazier, and then I'll be happy to jump in there. So it's like we finally have a prominent supply zone up here that we could definitely look to target on a 4-hour for a potential take profit. So this is definitely a swing trade, multi-day swing trade. Ideally, we'd like to get this signal on a Monday or a Tuesday so that I could have at least 2 or 3 days for it to do its thing. But it may not. I mean, what is today? Wednesday? Tuesday? Oh, shoot, I forgot. Today's just Tuesday. So yeah, even so, I mean, gold and silver have been flying like crazy, so it may not even get there. I got to get rid of some of these drawings. I got a ton of stuff down here. Way too much. I'll do some housekeeping on this. And I'll do all this crap later. A lot of housekeeping I need to do. I don't even know why I put the icon there, but it just sounded cool. And then New Zealand dollar, yeah, same thing. Still just kind of waiting. You guys see all these white lines on here. It's because that's a whole bunch of different time frames, proximal line of the demand zone, supply zones. So, yeah, we got a 4 hour, got a 1 hour, got I think a 15-minute and a 5-minute, all hidden within there. So yeah, that's pretty much update on where I stand right now.
Nice.
I believe so. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to add. Was kind of hoping I'd get a little bit of a pullback on dollar yen. I mean, I may still potentially see what happens here. Yeah, we didn't really break this high point. So, I mean, at this point, I can delete that. And probably, I mean, I still would like to see a little bit of a close up here if I'm going to be manipulating at this point. Maybe something like that. I don't know if I'm going to want to just take an order unless it slowly comes down in. If it drops quick, no thanks. If it comes in kind of lazy, yeah, it's just like skipping a rock off a pond, right? We can see if we could get a little bit of a bounce. But I think I'm caught up again, gents. Or Alex, did you have anything going on, brother?
I can
Just not seeing a whole lot.
Have a look through here. Give me 1 second. All right. We can swap it over whenever you want, back end. Cool. I mean, it's the same sort of deal as both of you. Nothing's really gone on at this current point in time. NZD/USD still just hanging around very slowly, probably moving my stop loss very close to break even soon. Apart from that, if we go over to here and we check the scalping, nothing, absolutely nothing. It's just stayed in the range the entire time. That's oil. And then we come over here. Gold stayed underneath all of the VWAPs, essentially up until nearly this very point here. Still hasn't touched it, and even if it did, it would still need to break all the way down here. And then we've got Euro USD, which again has come straight back into the range. And even if I did want to get a sell, it needs to break out first, come back in. And currently, London session VWAP is all the way up at this level. So that's just ridiculous. No, it's not going to be a trade through there. Let's check on Solana, see how far that's dropped. I doubt it has enough, but we can always wait and see. Oh, has it? Oh, it has. There you go. Okay, so we've got a trade. Not to hop in now, but it's definitely something that we can just set up for later. Let me make sure I get all of this correct. Oh, actually, I don't think it's Sol. It was Ethereum. It was Ethereum that we were looking at. Give me a second. Yes. Ethereum. Now, has this gone down 4%? Let's see. No, it hasn't. So Sol's gone down enough, but we don't have a major high on Sol. I can't see anything there. Let me go back. Sol USD. I don't see a major potentially. I mean, it is. It actually has hit 5. So, however, how close are we here to this second point? Because maybe we do have something. So yeah, that's close enough where I say it still has an effect. Because what you can see is from the top of this wick, basically all the way over to here. I don't do wick to wick. I do wick to body to just see how far the gap is. a 0.50% and under, I'm absolutely happy to stay and say that's come close enough. Because again, if we're looking at something like this and we're talking about that driving down the highway at 100 miles an hour, am I going to say that because this person turned around here and this person has just turned around a little bit earlier, that they're unrelated events? No, I'm not going to be saying that. I'm going to be saying that they are related events. And the magic number for Sol is 0.50%. If the difference between, let me go up, this high here and this high here is 0.50%, which obviously it is, then I'm saying that basically it's in the exact same position. So what I would be doing is hopping in essentially here when it comes back up, and I would be moving my stop loss to, it's not going to be anywhere down near there. I know I usually say 0.70 to 80, but for Sol, that's a bit low. Happy to move it up into, moving the wrong thing. Happy to move it up into like a 110, 120 area, just to give it a little bit of breathing room. In fact, I would even give it a tiny bit more and say here, 116. Now, 1 to 3, therefore, is a little bit far for what I would normally like, but that's where I want to go. In fact, do you know what? I'd love it to come up further and have a deeper retracement, so I am going to place it here. I'm going to place it here just so I can have it around that 1%. If it comes up to this area, hopefully it taps us in. Anyway, we've got the Jolts job opening, and I would just set this as a limit order through here. And now I would wait. I would leave it. I'd say, hey, there's my trade. I can just leave this for whenever it comes back. Last time it hit up here, we had a massive sell-off. Last time we hit up here, we did have quite a large sell-off. So hopefully we can do it again. Now with the 1 to 3 being slightly, just very slightly more realistic. Now is the 1 to 5 going to hit that? We'll have to see. However, I should note that there are some disqualifiers. And it's basically the exact same as Tiger's if you've listened to him talk. It's all about momentum. If I see it doing this all the way up to my entry line, I'm not hopping in. The trade is done. Like I'm not doing that. If we go back to Eth, this would be slightly different. This would be slightly different. This way too strong. This way too strong. Now, for the first and second touches, I'm absolutely fine. Doesn't bother me. First and second touches can do whatever they want. But the third touch, I just want it to kind of like amble around. Because if we've got a lot of momentum, then we can just blast through. Especially in the crypto markets. I know this one was a little bit dodgy through here. Definitely did get into it, which was fantastic. But I'm looking for a slower move. Comes down hard, consolidates, come down hard. That's absolutely fine. But I just don't want it to be a strong move looking like this. Because if it's coming down hard like that, it's going to blast through anything. So I wouldn't be doing it. It's the exact same if I had an entry somewhere around here. I wouldn't be looking at this and going, oh yeah, I definitely think it's going to turn around from there. I'm thinking it's going to hit here. And it's just going to blast through. So that's my only disqualifier for the trade. If it's got a lot of momentum behind it, then I'm just staying out of the trade. If it's just slowly working its way up, like this here and this here, then yes. Because you've got these smaller candlesticks. Yeah, it can be quite bullish. Yeah, it can be quite bearish. But it's all about the momentum. And if it doesn't have the momentum, happy days. If it does, then I'm not hopping in. And you can see one over here, which was a fantastic trade that we won the other week. This was such a good trade. Here you go. 5.42. What happens? Sells off. Fantastic. Great. From here, came all the way back up. We got another one. Okay, there's my second move. In fact, I think it might have been in here as well. No, that's not 4%. Came up, sold off. what happened? Shot up here, there's my 1 to 5. So that was the exact same principle, the exact same thing as the other day. Yes, this did turn into a range, but hey, it still works. If this wants to be a ranging market, well, that works out super, super, super well for me. And it's the same sort of deal in terms of the smart money concepts. Ranges, you're going to have your orders, you're going to have your order blocks up there, you're going to be protected. The market is going to find resistance or support off a range. The exact same thing happened through here. And if you go through here, you're going to find a very similar story between your second and third touches, right? Win up, and then eventually you win down. So that just happened to be a more, I guess, rarer one through there, but you definitely did get a few good wins. I'm not looking for fourth touches. I'm not looking for fifth touches. If the range is giving me a triple top, that's what I take. And again, it's all about just going to the bank, putting that in your savings and going, there you go. Thank you for that. We're hopping in. So this was really good at the start of the month. Now, again, as I said, you might only get 7 trades in the entirety of the month. Here's 1 and here's 2. And I don't even think we got anything else in terms of Solana. Well, let's have a look. My memory is pretty poor, especially at this time of night, that's for sure. Yeah, nothing through here, essentially. We're looking at this area through here. Yes, it did come up, but you can see what I was talking about through here. Look at this momentum. Look at this straight up. Yeah, you got a few candlesticks that are just hanging around here. Really, really small. Really, really small candlesticks. There's nothing there. What happened straight after? Boom. Massive move. As soon as I saw that, I was just, hey, I'm out. I don't care what's happening. I don't know. It hit here and it started to go down, but that wasn't my 1 to 3. I wasn't looking to do that. Stop loss has to be above the last high at least. So if I was looking at something through here, stop loss is up here, 1 to 3 is all the way down here. That's not what I'm looking for. This is not a good area. So again, that's August. There's nothing in this area. There was nothing in Bitcoin, and that was 2 trades for this month. Hey, they've both been winners, or 3 trades, I should say. Hey, they've both been winners, and they've all been on Ethereum. But next month it'll be a little bit different. It's just the exact same principle, and as long as you stick to those rules, you should be fine. I'm happy to say that I call all these trades out live, which I've been doing since very much April this year, and since then we've made over 45% in returns. So it's that simple. You don't have to have strategies. That what's that? Sorry,
I said nice.
No, that's pretty simple. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, cheers. The thing is, you don't have to have a strategy with all the bells and whistles. So many times I see newer traders with 100 indicators on their screen. Oh, I've got to look at this, I've got to check this, and check these things, and you just go, whoa, it's way too much information. Let's draw it back. It doesn't have to be crazy. Like, who made the rule and who brought it out there into the world? Like, I don't know, but it just seems to be this misconception that is believed by everyone that's not a professional trader. You've got to have a convoluted 7-step strategy that's got several indicators. I'm speaking to you, ICT traders. I'm speaking to you right now, because whenever I look at ICT, I go, it can be so much easier than that. It's just like, if it makes money and you're happy with it, like, that's fine. And I'll shut up. But in my personal opinion, I hate it, because I just look at it and go, whoa, you're mixing 2 separate concepts, 6 different strategies, multiple time frame analysis. What, my head's gone. No, I've got support and resistance here and a bit of smart money concepts knowledge to point something out in the market. I'm not even looking at volume on this thing. Again, I'm barely hopping into trades, but it's like a 40% win rate. So, that's what it is. I've been calling out trades live since then. So it's just could be that easy. It could be that easy. So that's really probably me finishing it off there in that last 20 minutes. I don't know if I have
Anything else? Anything else to see?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I
Yes,
think
that
we
is-
all start off thinking it's, oh, we look cool having all these indicators, oscillators, everything, harmonic balancer patterns and all this stuff. But yeah, the reality is
Scanner.
you get around
Your automatic
scanner. Harmonic scanner, yeah. The butterflies and the bat patterns, not to be confused with the half a bat. But you get all that
Big
stuff,
difference.
and then after big difference. But you get around the charts long enough, and you start to see things that you realize you don't need all the indicators. I know I've talked about this ad nauseum a handful of times, but yeah, I used to have all kinds of different oscillators and indicators, and it's funny because like on Facebook, I'll get memories will pop up where I posted a chart from like 7-8 years ago. And I just laugh because I see the commodity channel index on there, the MACD, the RSI. I'm like, all three of those kind of tell a similar story. But looking back on it, why the hell did I use three things that told me the same story? But it's funny. And my supply and demand zone strategy back then was horrible because I would go after every single one of them. So it's just funny to see I see those old charts, and now looking at it like, you dummy, that was a horrible decision. You got lucky because I posted a trade that happened to win, but now looking at it, it's like, God, you got lucky on that. That was shit. Shit of a zone.
Yeah, you got lucky.
Yeah, I got lucky, exactly. Yeah. Got lucky and thought I knew my stuff. So it's just funny. Yeah. Thanks, memories, for embarrassing us when now and then.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. When you're just walking along
the same
randomly.
thing. I have like chart markups. They're like old chart markups, and it's like, oh, I'm looking. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, what was I looking at? And I was like, yeah, this was look. I happened to win this trade. Like, I wouldn't take that these days.
Yep. It's actually kind of comical. Like, I enjoy it when I see those memories pop up. Like, oh boy, what the hell kind of zone did I paint up this time?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, like mine before like this VWAP strategy when I was first testing them out, it was like every single retest and then slight impulsive move, and I look at it and I go, whoa, what were you doing? What were you actually like? Were you just praying? Were you just praying that this thing is going to happen? How are you justifying this to yourself right now, Alex? Because this does not work, and as you guys do now, it's like sitting there and waiting for that setup to come around, and you go, yeah, okay, I've been pretty sure on this trade for the last however long for it to, make itself known. Otherwise, back then, I was just, as Tiger said, I was going for everything. I was just like, as soon as something like kind of like hopped up in the markets, I was like, oh, trade, let's get into it right like this. Whatever this is right now on oil, I'd be like, oh, it's an impulsive move. I've got to get in for a sell. Like, I've got to get in for it. Where am I putting my stop loss? That sort of stuff. So it's just, wait around.
And then you realize like how you'll you name your setups, or your setup has characteristics, and like it has character, and you don't notice in the beginning that they all should have that. You shouldn't just be getting in it because it looks like it's going down, or it looks like it's going up. Like, okay, but why are you taking it? Like, that's not a real answer to the question.
What oil took a big spill?
Yeah, exactly. I know, it just decided to dive bomb there.
Yeah, it did.
For absolutely no reason. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I didn't see. Let's see here. News. German CPI year over year. Let's see here. Crypto today, jolts. Nothing specifically that says oil yet, or WTI or crude. Let me go look at my chart. Let me go look at my Forex news. EU gas market. That's not going to be anything. I don't know. I'm going to go take a look at my zones. See what I got. Yeah, WTI, Brent, everything dropped. Dropped into some demand zones, but it dropped a little harder than I like. So exactly what you was just explaining, Alex, the too fast of a drop.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
it'll
I'm
get
not,
you.
not certain I want to be getting in the middle of that freight train, getting out in front of it. A ton of volume, too.
I know.
Wow. See if Yahoo's got anything over here. Actually. And guys and gals, X is another good site to use. Like, I don't use it for socializing. I just strictly use it for following live squawk and presidents and prime ministers and central banks. You know, it's really good for things like that. Oh, here we go. 3 minutes ago. Reports that OPEC Plus to consider stepping up output hikes over the next 3 months to discuss 500,000 barrels a day hike a month over 3 months. Well, they did not structure that sentence very good. Next 3 months hike. Come on, Live Squawk. You can do better than that. Crude oil futures continue falling as OPEC Plus considers increasing production hikes. Okay. So obviously, the more they produce, the cheaper it could be. So I don't think I want to step in front of that at all. At all.
Right.
And that's without even having the inventories report. And I think that's tomorrow, though. See what the oil report shows for tomorrow. Is that tomorrow or Thursday? Tomorrow, right? OPEC meetings, crude oil inventories. Oh, they don't even have the forecast out yet for the crude oil inventories. Yeah, if they're talking about spiking, I don't know. I don't think I want to jump out in front of that to buy it.
Yeah.
No spanks. No spanks.
Gosh. Wow.
Puff, puff, pass.
Just go puff, puff. It's going down. All right. Well, I'll just be selling for the rest of the week probably on oil. It's going down.
Down, down, baby.
Gold.
I mean, it's going
gold.
Still got a daily demand below it. Yeah, I'm not interested. Not interested.
Yeah.
Unless it wants to come and go under this quadruple bottom on a daily time frame. There's another demand all the way down below that. But no spanks. I think I'm going to ignore it, Jets.
Okay.
I think I'm going to ignore it. Stay safe.
Ace of Trades has asked to look at DX. You guys
Dixie?
know? I think it is. Do you guys want to take a look at it?
Sure.
I'm not in that realm.
Sure thing. Yeah. We got what? We got a few minutes, yeah. Yeah, back in. Go ahead and... Oh, I'm already here. Okay. Yeah, just my drawings here. Let's go back out. Now, keep in mind, everybody, we do not have the death of the dollar. There's a monthly time frame. Uptrend, but obviously, clearly, the last several months have been a downtrend. But in the grand scheme of things, just nothing more than a big fat correction, right? So everybody, now we've obviously, again, it is pretty low. But if we start going down below this level, okay, then we got some problems. But we are kind of dropping into a monthly demand. Now, again, demand and supply zones are good, and no matter what time frame you're looking at. So I did draw up a monthly demand, which we are kind of poking in right now. What's a weekly look like? Okay, we got some weekly action in there. It bounced off the weekly as well. That's that white line, I think it is. I believe. Yeah, look at that. Wicked perfectly into the weekly demand zone. I just put a couple white lines around the proximal and distal line as opposed to my normal boxes. But, yeah, there you go. Wicked perfectly. Strong rejection. Okay, this was 2 weeks ago. There's last week's price action, and currently we're pulling back this week. Okay, so if we're just strictly looking at supply and demand, if we're doing a pullback this week, then there's a potential demand now. And then obviously the DX futures is going to be looking quite similar, right? So we have had good recent U.S. data. We've had 2 weeks of good data. Just as a reminder, if I go to my gold chart where I've got my dollar set up here. Okay, this is a look at the last few days. The last 7 days is the yellow dates. Okay, we've had a bullish reading on the GDP report, neutral reading on the PCE, which was 2.9%, but then we had a bullish reading on the jobless claims. So the week prior, we had a pretty good retail sales report. Remember, that was a 0.6 actual over the 0.2% forecast. So that was a good report. And then last week, we also had we had 2 weeks in a row where we had a good jobless report, because the week prior, we had 232,000 to where they was estimating, I think it was like 250,000 or 260,000. Jobless claims, but we had less. So that's 2 weeks in a row we've had less jobless claims. The GDP is looking good. So the growth data is looking good. We just need a little more help on the inflation and the jobs data. That's where we're really struggling at the moment. The U.S. dollar, as low as it is the highest. It's the highest among the 8 major currencies as far as exceeding expectations over forecast. So not great, but temporarily it is getting some love. That's why all my top setups are on my. That's why all the dollar pairs are on my top setups. Keep in mind, here is the global currencies. There's the dollar 44%. Everything else is 40% or lower. Global average 33%. Not looking too good, but the dollar is looking good. So basically, it's the best of the worst, if that makes sense. So yeah, just to finish the thought out there, right. Not saying dollars going to be flying up, but we are at the low end of the higher time frame curve. It wouldn't surprise me at all if we get a simple bounce off of the demand. And then, if we go to the dollar futures, okay, the DX1 exclamation point, we got that same demand zone down here. We're looking at dollar futures, right? Same demand zone. Potential buy, I can see that. Especially with this junk that we've, oh gosh dang it. Especially with the, what is the matter with my dang thing? With the government shutdown challenges, right? The rumors. I could definitely see price coming down, but do we run into a daily demand and then bounce back up? I can see that happening because, again, we've had good Dixie dollar data lately. That's just been the reality. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's going to go to the moon or anything, but temporary push if we get a continued drop. This could all change if they somehow write up a deal before the 11th hour tonight, the Democrats and the Republicans and President Trump. J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance would be the tie-breaking vote, right? If they were to find 6 Democrats somehow to vote with them to get this dang government spending bill passed. So they need 6 Democrats. J.D. Vance would be the 60th to get this done. So the better question would be to ask me that question tomorrow morning after we see what happens midnight. That's it. But I just looked at just a pure technical look for you. We are still getting the lower lows, the lower highs. Definitely see it going down, but we could at least get some type of a daily bounce. And again, the Dixie's going to look the same. The dollar index itself, very similar. Okay, there's the dollar index. So, yeah, let's see how the rest of the day goes. I'll give you a better answer on that tomorrow. But temporarily, potentially a little bit of a daily bounce. Yeah, we're not doing a giveaway today. It sounds like we may be doing one tonight on quiet markets. We always check all the names that are in the chat. All right, we always kind of cross-reference it with our list. If you've already won a challenge account, obviously we pick just newer people each time. So just keep that in mind. I know we get asked that, here and there. So that's why we've already kind of cross-referenced the names and such. So just stay tuned. We'll get some more. We'll see if we can get some more names tonight. If you guys know any friends or family looking to potentially, jump into an account, win an account, if you've already won, then let them know. Let them know to check us out tonight. Quiet Markets tonight will be 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be on with Coach Paul. Coach Paul is a futures trader. Okay, so yeah, send your friends and family our way. We'll definitely see if we can't pick a winner. But yeah, we've already kind of cross-referenced the names today with everybody that's been in the chat. So that hopefully explains that piece. And we got we're at the end of the day. Coach Alex, Coach Michael,
done.
Pleasure as always,
Thank
brothers.
you very much.
As always,
brother.
Michael. All right, Alex. Absolutely.
All right. Fantastic, guys.
Take care.
Good to see you as always.
Thanks a lot, chat.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.